Welcome everyone to the second day of the LINA 2023 conference, Alliances for a Resourceful City. It's again a pleasure to be here and continuing this conference here in Copenhagen. So I'm Mateja Kurir and I'll be moderating this today's session together with the head of the platform, Matevž, Čelik. So we will start today with the introduction of our new LINA member. Namely, LINA has a 33-member organization now. LINA is, for everyone who doesn't know yet, it is an European architectural platform connecting relevant institutions with emerging practitioners and thinkers who work at the intersection of architecture and other fields related to spatial culture. The aim of LINA is to promote up and coming talents, so emerging talents, and we have heard their presentations yesterday. LINA's goal is also to steer design and building process towards regenerative practices and principles of degrowth in line with the values of the European Green Deal. So yesterday we heard this presentation of the LINA Fellows, and I'm very happy to see all these familiar faces of the LINA Fellows also in the public today. And all the LINA Fellows that were presenting yesterday, they applied to the LINA Open Call during this summer. We had also another open call during the summer, and this open call was for new members. We have received a very high number of very interesting organizations who wanted to become LINA members. We could choose only actually one to be our full member. The LINA members have voted and they have selected while of the proposal that we have received, and then the governing board also decided who is going to be the new LINA member. And I'm very happy to introduce you today to the new LINA member. This is the Ukrainian organization METALAB, and they are going to become a new LINA member in the following year, so in 2024. And please give a big applause to the co-founder of METALAB, Anna Pashynska. Please, Anna, introduce us METALAB.
Hi, I'm very pleased to be here. I'm very honored. Thank you for your trust, for your support. Yeah, the METALAB started not very long time ago. It's been a small organization with 2 people. Oh, sorry. It's because I have the whole team there in Ukraine, and we are very happy to be a part of this big community, big family. And yeah, we've started as a very small team, with 2 people, with Anna Dobrova. She's watching us, and she made it happen. She always drives METALAB forward to international partnerships. And sorry, I don't see the slides. So we've started more of the alternative urban development platform, like a civil-driven platform, like the civil society organization. We were more focused on the design, research, education. We did a lot of festivals on urban development, architecture, product design. Also, we had a lot of work with Tbilisi Architectural Biennale, the Growth Institute, and having a close partnership with our close friends. And I have a feeling we were always preparing ourselves for what happened in Ukraine 2 years ago, as we were always fostering this non-transactional relationship, a human relationship, a network of architects, citizens, practitioners, manufacturers in our region. And we were always like a female-driven organization, also talking about the circularity, about sustainability, about being like having a socially just environment in the city. And we were pretty underground, but like at some point, like as the war started, like all these values were like flipped up as an iceberg, and like this was like the whole movement driving us for change and for innovation in our city. We are also based and a part of like a big renovation center in the like Western Ukraine, Ivano-Frankivsk. It's like a 40,000 square factory being recovered into innovation center, working in the fields of urban development, contemporary art, alternative education, and economic development. And this project was also a part like of our very early research conducted during Connection School for Urban Studies, where we found the factory, we've started to develop the models, and now it's actually happening. It's a huge project for this tiny city like Ivano-Frankivsk, and like we are also dealing a lot with the integration, with citizens' involvement, with participation, with research, and this is also like our home, like a home for our soft office, but also we have like the maker space there. Like this is like the open democratic manufacturing facility with access to everyone. So we have like a mix of scientists, entrepreneurs, designers, architects, anthropologists who are working on diverse projects to deliver better products in this world. And like we work in the fields of humanitarian response, circular development, and economical development. So here you see also like diverse projects with like connected to health, like repurposing a bus to a huge ambulance to save civilians, to help people to recover from injuries. Also experimenting with materials and technologies, also like doing a lot with reuse of components and materials. And one of our results, like when the war started, is the Kohate project, is a housing project and a movement we've created in the very, very first days as the war started. Within first days we knew like that every capacity of housing is like exhausted in the west of Ukraine, and we've started to look for solutions, and we knew we don't want like ghettos in Ukraine, and we knew we want dignified housing solutions for internally displaced Ukrainians who were fleeing from the war. And we've started to do a research on like very integrated but abandoned structures within the cities. So we found the first building, and we just started to scratch the walls, to color the walls, like to redo like all the electricity, like with our hands. Like also like sometimes when I look back to the pictures, how it happened, that like every day we were gaining so much results and so much support. Like we were like, this first building was fully crowdfunded, like it was fully like reused, like also like getting a lot of furniture, materials, like support from also from architectural community a lot. So we had over 300 volunteers on the site. We had manufacturers from all over the region coming. I'm having the facility, I have the equipment, I have people, tell me what to do. And we were like designing drawings over the night that like for furniture, for beds, for shelves, and they were delivering that within days. So it was like a unseen collective effort on every level, like, and also like a huge care about people who are around. Like we've also like it was going through every scale, like also announcing the open call for plants, so that people who come, they have something, some living element in their home. And yeah, citizens were just bringing everything which should define a home, like where you come from the war. And this allowed us now, like within 1.5 years, to build 7 structures for 1,500 people already, like with the very proper conditions from the very abandoned structures. So this is something which I think why like values and integrity and collaboration stands on, and like this is something which makes like us resilient and beautiful also. Like there is a lot of love, care and unity in all of this. And I wanted to, like lately I think about the fact of urgency which actually united us and how we can transfer this feeling to the peaceful world and like be as united and as challenged and as and fighting as much as we do that now because of war. So this is something I would like to continue studying, exploring, learning from outside and inside and sharing. So I think like we would love to have our contribution to this community and learn a lot. Like we are very proud of our like emerging institution and very happy to be a part of the community. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you, Anna. Welcome into the platform. And now we continue with the lectures, but first with the state of the architecture. The applications and the project you submit, we think they're very important, and they actually speak about the current situation in the architecture, in the field of the architecture. So we are inviting to every conference someone to take a look at them and to try to find out what is the state of architecture. And this year we invited Axel, who explored your topics. And it was a very demanding task, I imagine, but also probably very interesting. And he reviewed all the applications that you've sent, almost 600. And he prepared a summary about the pressing issues that come out from your projects. He's an architect, he's editor of eFlux, he's educator also and curator. He has overseen the development of the platform eFlux since its founding in 2016 and edited over 50 publications in collaboration with biennials and museums and universities, other cultural institutions around the world. He's also the head of architectural design department at the Gerrit Rietveld Academy in Amsterdam. So I think a very, very competent person to do what we asked him for. The title of Nick's paper that he presented based on our application is the state of architecture, the way we wanted it to be. And I would like to invite him on the stage to present his talk. Nick, welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is the mic? Yep. Okay, hello everyone. It's an incredible honor to be here today and to be invited to deliver the yearly State of Architecture address. I'm not just standing in front of you, but I am also standing in the shoes of my predecessors in this role, who are an incredible set of thinkers and practitioners who have worked tirelessly to expand, clarify, and redefine what we mean when we say the word architecture, or what we mean when we call ourselves architects. Reviewing the 546 applications to this year's Call for Fellows has been an experience that inspired me deeply and gave me actually a certain confidence in the direction that architecture is headed. there are so many good ideas and incredible projects and proposals that I actually have to admit I do not envy the LINA members who had to go through this incredible body of work and pick only 28 fellows. That said, it has been an incredible pleasure, a luxury even, to review them and to get a glimpse of what the future of architecture looks like. So I want to start off by congratulating all of the 28 selected fellows, and as well as all of the 518 unselected fellows. I also want to mention that in this speech, I will not be mentioning any specific projects or applications directly. Instead, what I aim to do is to speak to, or almost to speak through, all of your projects, because you, after all, are the state of architecture, or at the very least, its future. So, going through the applications, a number of common themes and interests rise to the surface. But cutting across them, a variety of methods and formats provide entry into their nuances. So the first format that I would like to speak about is the workshop, which in its participatory nature is closely connected to what I will speak about after this, the toolkit or the game. Now, for many applications, the workshop was almost an inevitable way to test out or ground a certain set of ideas which were themselves the real intent, but they might not have had really any other way of expressing themselves. Now, this active participation that is inherent to workshops, as we all know, I think, has a problematic history within architecture. It cuts to the core of the social purpose, but also the modern agenda of architecture, that architects build buildings for people. But in many cases, as one application put it, buildings throughout the 20th century were built for the people, but not with people. Many applications sought to address this problematic history. If in the 20th century, buildings were built, but they weren't for people, it seems that in this part of the 21st century that we are in, architecture, at least in cities, is so focused on being for people that it's not actually certain whether anything needs to be built at all. And now, in many places, and for many people, this is very likely the case. I would argue that overwhelmingly we do not need more architecture. We have enough architecture. But what we do need is a way to see architecture differently and to look at it differently. Now, Anders Hake recently said that architecture is not about space, but it is about composition. I would venture to take this one step further and argue that architecture today is maybe not about building, but it's about inhabiting. Architecture can both teach us what it means and also is itself the practice of inhabiting space, of inhabiting cities, of inhabiting landscapes. That said, in order to do this, the question of what within architecture, traditionally the idea of a building, must be postponed and preceded by questions of why, how, or for whom. When architects work with participation, when they use it to legitimize their projects or their practice, I would encourage a great sensitivity and also a specificity of exactly who it is that is being included within these workshops, these classes, these lessons. Indeed, as I will speak more later, workshops, but actually research more generally, is not simply a means towards an end. They are an end in their own right. They have real effects on the people they involve and on the world. Indeed, that is actually the point. That is why we do them. And it is often by designing the workshop, by designing the research, by designing the process, that the actual impact of the project can be created. All research is situated. So it was interesting to see how these questions of exactly what a project or what a proposal is differs between the city and the countryside. As I mentioned, many projects, particularly in cities, do not propose specific designs, but rather a way of working or a way of inhabiting. In the countryside, however, things were different. There, things were a little bit more clear. There's maybe not as much stuff. There's not as many distractions. It's easier to see. But I would really question what about cities? Cities have changed dramatically over the past 10, 20 years, and I really think we should not lose sight of this. They are profoundly weird entities today. Cities have never been so nice, so clean. Cities were never nice. They were never clean. And we've also, ourselves, perhaps never been so happy and depressed at the same time. So I think we should look around at our cities with a certain degree of suspicion. It's not to say that it's a lie, but do we really understand what's happening and how our lives are being shaped by our environments? The question of how we got here, or really where here is at all, is an ever-present and urgent question. Indeed, the city is a polyphony of heres, of we's, and architecture has a unique potential to not just illuminate, but to also give form to identities or collectivities who have yet to fully emerge or even be recognizable as such. Beyond being an analytic tool to uncover, to identify, and to document, architecture also has the power to give form as a gift to someone and to something, which itself has a power to collectivize, to subjectivize, to outlive, and to represent. But to do so, architecture must depart from a curiosity, almost an estrangement. It should depart from a question presented to the world: what actually are you? What is this? So many other applications sought to develop or deploy toolkits or games, which by playing or using would transform the way people think, see, or relate to their surroundings, their practices, themselves, or each other. This was taken further in a great deal of applications that were dedicated to play, be it for children or adult. So play is fundamental to life and has an incredible transformative power. According to Johann Huizinga, the power of play comes from the fact that it is a state of exception, that it is demarcated in both time and space. Yet, according to Ching Jung-Hoon, over the past 50 years, with the development of neoliberal capitalism and its precarious modes of subjectivity, this magic circle around play has dissolved. Games have become labor, and labor has become a game. The cities we live in today and the lives we live in them are structured by play. This is a perverse form of New Babylon. We still need to work, and when we play, it often feels like, or actually is, work. So if the magic circle around play has been broken, I would question what it means to repair this circle. And in doing so, I would like to invoke a certain shift that the artist and social practitioner Janne van Heeswijk has initiated in thinking about collective gatherings and workshops as trainings, and trainings for the not yet. Games, play, but also workshops and exercise are all spaces of radical imagination. They are also spaces for the radical suspension of disbelief, not unlike the theater. They are spaces of performance, and in this sense, I wonder what would happen if we take the element of performativity and the nature of that experience seriously. The radical architects from the 1960s and 70s who were working with pneumatic structures to create ephemeral spatial installations did so because they believed that another way of living, another way of relating, and another way of inhabiting space was possible. And even though the air eventually needed to stop pumping through their structures, and the workshop, the game, eventually needs to end, the memory of what people saw, what they felt, what they believed, who they became, is something that can never be forgotten. When we create games or workshops, when we work with others, let us inspire to the point where it will become difficult to return back to reality. Because it is in this friction between the real and the ideal, the immediate and the possible, that new lines of flight and new futures can be born. So, moving away from participatory formats as gateways both to the here and now and also to the imagination, there was an overwhelming concern with material practice amongst applications. I want to start by saying how impressed I am at how actually few purely speculative proposals there were in this regard. There were an enormous amount of actual projects that we saw over the days, but also throughout the applications, that were real. They were actual. They were prototypes or even beyond. Now, we know, or hopefully we know by now, high carbon materials such as glass, steel, concrete, they've become cheap and widespread thanks to industrialization. What we build our buildings with is a significant factor in the building industry's contribution to global carbon emissions. And the ability to address climate change will largely be determined by how we decarbonize our buildings insofar as they lock in carbon. So finding new materials to build with is an incredibly urgent task, or finding new ways to build. Now, to do this, actually, a lot of people have been doing a quite simple gesture. They've been looking down. They've been looking at the ground. They've been looking at what lies beneath our feet, have been investigating soil and earth as building materials. Others have been experimenting with bio-based materials such as wool, mycelium, and more. But the question still remains where we source our materials from. Many applications sought to answer this question and thus unveil the political, social, or ecological entanglements not just of a single material as we encounter it in a building and a piece of architecture, but all throughout its life cycle from its source. Indeed, how materials appear to us in the West often mask a series of violent, toxic, and extractive processes that are often built upon the foundation of colonial histories. In this sense, all materials have a story, including, and this is just drawing from a small selection of the applications, cobalt, oil, tomatoes, more tomatoes, nuclear radioactivity, forever chemicals, cacti, bugs, plastic, and more. But what do we hope for? Or what do we expect by mapping out and revealing the stories of materials? Critical mapping, in this sense, has a certain power over its reader. It might change the way people see the world around them or relate to or feel towards certain elements. If they are practicing architects, it might, or really any consumer, it might influence their decisions to specify certain materials to use in design projects or domestic objects to buy and consume. However, I wonder if this kind of mapping might not be able to do more than just reveal. Mapping resource supply chains might also expose new sites for architectural intervention. If building an electric car, for instance, designs the Chilean and Bolivian landscapes, or, as if it has become increasingly understood, if designing a building out of wood actually designs a forest, I wonder what would it mean to think about design the other way around. What would it mean to intervene at the site of the forest or the salt flat? And how does designing a forest or a timber mill or a DIY store design our buildings? This is a kind of transcalar approach to design and systems-based thinking that is increasingly important to not just reckon with, but actually assume responsibility over our decisions and our futures. But this will also require the development of new practices or rethinking what it even means to intervene within the built environment. We need new protocols for the circulation of materials. We need to look at questions of certification and regulations, at laws and codes as sites of design in and of themselves. Further along these lines, a number of applications have been looking to redirect waste streams, or what we might otherwise refer to as waste, so as to make the life cycle of resources not a dead end, but a loop. These waste streams could be from the demolition of buildings to industrial processes like olive harvesting and greenhouse agriculture. All of this characterizes what might be called a molecular gaze, one that looks at the question of architecture from the scale of what can barely be seen, if at all. Beyond this, however, there were a number of applications that address similar questions 1 or 2 scales up, at the scale of the element or the component. Now, these applicants sought to approach the built environment as an urban mine and transform the perception of the act of demolition towards one of deconstruction or dismantling, one that does not remove but actually creates new resources to build with. Many applicants even tried to argue that we don't need to demolish at all and advocated for rehabilitation, renovation, and more, because it is true, we have built so much. And at the same time, there is so much empty space. Buildings have fallen into ruin. They are empty in all of our cities. Sometimes, though, some might argue, demolition actually is the solution, and according to Keller Easterling, might actually open up radically new potentials for the built environment. In other cases, though, it's not so much a question of whether a building gets destroyed, but how it is deconstructed, and I don't mean this philosophically. But in many cases, and if not most other cases, destruction is not a viable solution. This shift to renovation is a deep shift in the field of architecture, one that is being both driven by architects themselves, but also, and very importantly, by politicians, with governments across Europe increasingly incentivizing renovation over demolition, if not, in certain cases like Brussels, its outright ban. What it will mean for architects to be forced to locate their imagination, to situate it within not just the project constraints, but also the material histories of a place, will require not just new ethics and expectations, but also new skills, new tools, new practices, and new ways of working. Key to this, to many applications, is the development and the building of new archives. Now, the idea of an urban mine presupposes an archive of the city, and many projects sought to create a database of methods for reusing building elements. There were also proposals for the creation of archives of building materials, or unused or abandoned buildings, or demolition sites, or unused land. Beyond the question of reuse in materials, archives were everywhere. They were proposed for film, for movement, for play, for games, for more. The presence of archives in applications and proposals shows to me an overwhelming concern with the past, which brings to mind the old Soviet joke that the future is certain, it is only the past that is unpredictable. Times have shifted, and this joke might be taken today actually as a rallying cry. For where else does any other future than the one that we have been given today come from than a past? And it is amazing how much we as people, as societies, as cultures, we forget. Archives, in this sense, archive nothing less than potential. But archives also accumulate dust. Archives are precious, but they are also precarious. They are an infrastructure that must be maintained, lest they fall into disrepair. They must constantly negotiate access to their audience, lest they fall into oblivion. Furthermore, the act of archiving is itself a laborious, yet potentially radical act. Let us not take for granted what it takes or what it means to actually build archives. Let us also not archive for the sake of archiving. Let us think carefully and strategically of the things we keep. And let us also be willing to let go. Indeed, our planet is currently plagued by that which we cannot let go of. Carbon, plastics, habits and addictions to oil, toxic ideologies, and more. So I want to conclude this address with a set of more general reflections, I would say, on the nature of contemporary practice, what it means to be a young architect, and maybe even what it all means for us to be here today. Architecture, as we know it, seems to be a thing of the past. We seem to be at an uncertain and uncomfortable moment in history. We are, or at least it feels like we are at a turning point. But isn't every point in time a turning point so long as we turn within it? The climate crisis is only becoming more present and more undeniable. Its consequences are growing in scale and intensity. This is, however, just one element of what some have called the polycrisis that we live in today. It is important that we do not privilege or prioritize climate over all. This is not the one problem or the one solution. Green inequity is already real at a global scale, and many new sustainable building materials coming onto the market actually introduce dangerous chemicals into our domestic atmospheres, compromising our health. So let us think and learn what it means to practice intersectionally and horizontally in a way that takes ecology, politics, and health, past, present, and future, into consideration and synthesizes it into a single project. Indeed, the built and also the unbuilt environment has never been the sole domain of the architect. And what it means to intervene within it might end up looking like a building, but the means of actually doing that might be something completely different. At the same time, let us not lose sight of the city. Let us not lose sight of the countryside. Let's just say the environment as the ultimate domain of intervention, or as the goal of our activities and our practices. Let us also be kind to ourselves in valuing the scale of impact and the slowness that change might take. While some people may want to transform or change entire systems, others may only want to change the way one person who sees and feels about one thing. That also can be enough. When we present work, when you will go on to make exhibitions, public programs, give talks, organize workshops, publish books, write texts, whatever you will end up doing as fellows with members here, let us understand these actions not as a means to an end, the illustrious goal of real intervention, of building or whatever, but these are ends in and of themselves. Let us take our audiences and our opportunities seriously. For every format, every gathering, every event is an opportunity to change the way people see the world, to change the way people live their lives, and the way they practice. There will not be one solution to the climate crisis or all of the other crises. There need to be many. So when you see others, do not be discouraged by them. Be encouraged. Create alliances. Join forces. We are all in this together, and we need each other. We also got into this mess in the first place due to the coordinated effort of millions of different people across the planet for millennia. So to get out of this, it's going to take an enormous collective effort of solidarity to do anything about it. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that this isn't a point in the future that may or may not happen. This is the change that will bring us to that future. That is what you are all doing here with your work. It is a long journey, but so long as we stay critical, that we stay curious, that we stay a little bit estranged, as long as we understand that the way we have been taught to do things isn't the way that we need to do them, and as long as we understand that we need to support and to teach ourselves as well as each other, well, we're moving in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Wait. Thank you very much. Nick, we were wondering, there is some question from the public for Nick, maybe. We have some 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. We will... you will need a mic.
Thank you. The talk was very positive, very optimistic in a way, a little, in its way. But was there any critical remarks that you also noticed in the missions?
Sure. I mean, I think, and this is what I tried focusing on in my work. I think that we need to pay closer attention to the formats that we're using. We need to think, drawing a drawing or bringing people together is not, it seems to be taken for granted at certain moments. So what I really tried to focus on here is to sharpen certain practices, because I think there are certain responsibilities and obligations when we invoke other people or when we create interfaces for public accessibility that can often exist in the ideal, but actually they need to be thought through in real conditions. I also think that, now I understand that this was a thematic, I mean, the Alliances for a Resourceful City, this is a thematic, but I think that we really need to see ecological practice not as a means towards addressing other issues as well. It is not an end in itself. I think we also need to think about why we were building in the first place, or how ecological practices might be able to advance other political agendas or other social agendas. So, I mean, I'm not going to point and say, oh, that was bad, but I think it's important to be constructive, Yeah.
Any other? Yes, Cesar.
Thank you, Nick. I'm also curious if you kind of identified a shift on the kind of vocabulary we architects use nowadays, and that there is a potential like overuse of certain words that we have seen, like sustainability in this moment, and that this could be something dangerous, that we only stay in the kind of repetition, but that also can find the possibility of finding new metrics to the activity we make. Could you detect this in the language of the proposals?
Definitely. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I brought up this example of kind of a bio-based building materials actually poisoning people. I think it's very often when we invoke questions of sustainability, these also need to be addressed at both a local but also a global scale. So I think that there are certain terms that present themselves as directions, right? As affirmations that say, yes, you are doing something good. Particularly, I think, when it comes to questions of climate. But I think that what I would actually hope to find through these proposals more, I mean, architecture has an incredible capacity to ground itself and to uncover the strangeness of the present. And so I think that what we actually should be doing is developing new vocabularies that are specific to places, also understanding what these terms mean within specific contexts. And so I think a lot of the projects here, it was interesting how they sought to address almost a virtual presence, or they became almost platforms or protocols. But at the same time, I think we need to think about how these actually land and what these words mean within different places. So. Yeah.
Okay, so if there is another question. Our members are engaging. Here you go, Daniel.
I haven't really formed my questions so much, so I'll try to be as clear about it. It was some of the conversations that I was having, let's say yesterday, where I was trying to talk about this shift in architecture toward a focus on materiality and bio-based materials, and trying to kind of ascertain. Is there something more profound at play? Why are architects and architecture schools so focused on this one thing? And is there a reason, apart from the fact that we know that materials have lots of embodied carbon in the industrialized process, but is there something more profound at play?
I think that there is. I mean, we've always heard, that like only 1% of buildings are architecture. right, or something like this, right? And I think, what the shift towards materiality, it's also, I see it as a desire to engage more with the building industry as such, and for architectural proposals to actually scale. Because the building industry is something that is significantly larger and more politically important, or has much more political power than architecture. And so I see that this material focus is it's an attempt to engage more with larger and more systemic, and also even though this might not have been addressed in so many proposals, but also like economic questions. To try and intervene at scale. So this is how I understand it. But in terms of whether there is like a deeper kind of philosophical meaning, you could speak about a kind of attention towards non-human worlds, and a general kind of turn towards affect and care within architectural practices, which, when it actually ends up in a building, often gets completely erased just by the form. But so I think that there might be something. I think that there's definitely something there, but it is also very, very practical. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Nick Axel. Yeah. Let's give him another applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so it's okay. Before we continue, I would like to bring to your attention a bit again the title of this conference. So, Alliances for a Resourceful City. Last year, the first LINA Conference in Ljubljana, we have been discussing architecture and the future on the planet on a broad level. This year, we decided it would be good if we focus on the city a bit more. What we would like to do today is actually to talk about future alliances and scenarios for a better perspective of a city. We would like to talk about what has already been done and what we can do in order to tackle the environmental crisis within the city. We all know that we are exceeding vastly the planetary boundaries, and we need to change this important aspect, and the city is also a place to engage. The contemporary city is where architecture could and should tackle environmental sustainability issue. And if you look at the numbers, also we can see that the majority of the urban population, it's 70% of the population, lives actually in urban environments. We have posed some engaging questions to this conference, and I'm not sure if we are going to be able to answer to all of them, but let's try, no? So the answers, actually the questions that we would like to to try to answer today is can we transform contemporary urbanity into a really sustainable metropolitan area? How can we encourage the shift from building to renovating? How can we organize our cities around sustainable mobility and efficient food supply? So we wanted to ask at this conference can we create more resilient cities focused on degrowth? And luckily, we had the pleasure to be in Copenhagen, so we are going to hear a lot about the good practices of Copenhagen, what Copenhagen is doing. But also we have two speakers joining us today who will try to answer those questions. So we have three wonderful practitioners and thinkers addressing those questions. And I would like to invite our first speaker to the stage. Our first speaker is Keller Easterling. She's a designer, writer, architect, and thinker. And Enid Storm-Dwyer Professor of Architecture at Yale. Her books include Medium Design, Extra Statecraft, The Power of Infrastructure, Space and Subtractions, among others. Keller Easterling lectures and exhibits internationally, and her research and writing was included in the 2014 and 2018 Venice Biennale. Keller Easterling is also a 2019 United States Artist in Architecture and Design, and it's an honor to be that you are among us. Keller, please join me on the stage.
So, join me here. This, okay. Thank you. And the presentation, hi, thank you very much, Mateja. It's a pleasure to be with you all. So, maybe I have studied this matrix, thank you, studied this matrix of repeatable spatial formulas or spatial products that are rapidly generating a new layer of the Earth's crust. And these spaces present us with evidence, without which it's nearly impossible to really understand the neoliberal turn of the last few decades, the latest and maybe the most treacherous and lethal and bulletproof surges in the last 500 years of capitalizing and colonizing and globalizing, lethal and treacherous in part because of the environmental crisis that you're gathered here to talk about in these days. And considering the runaway changes to the world that are being made in the language of architecture and urbanism, it always seemed that beyond the anointed digital and legal and econometric languages, spatial knowledge, as instrumentalized by designers, by a design imagination, that there was a possibility of sorry, I think we're advanced past the slide there. Yeah, thanks. And yet we weren't trained to work on these large organizations that could be regarded as another kind of infrastructure, but not an invisible infrastructure of pipes and wires under the ground, but an all too visible, enveloping spatial medium, or something like urban operating systems. So, bored with reportage and rhetorical gestures, I think a lot of us have been wanting to figure out how to get between our hands these spaces that seem out of our hands, or how to make an instrument of environmental crisis into an instrument for reversing environmental crisis. And so this contemplation is about other ways to register the design imagination, other ways to apply our skills in a field of operation that exceeds that of the profession, which is what all of you are doing. And this approach leads away to a reconception of form making, a reconception of infrastructure, and a reconception of even what constitutes innovation. With each one of those reconceptions comes a disruption and an opening, a disruption of the white Enlightenment habit of mind that's been responsible for these last 500 years of colonizing, capitalizing, and globalizing. One disruption or one opening is that, like an oncologist who studies not only the tumor, but chemical fluctuations in the surrounding tissue, if you want to get this space between your hands, you're designing not only objects, but relationships between objects, not only the things, but the way things go together. And that often means manipulating the many multipliers that are parts of these landscapes: floors, elevators, cars, mortgages, switches that redirect a population of objects. So you're designing a protocol that directs interplay or interdependencies or chemistries or chain reactions. So can these landscapes and their multipliers and contagions even amplify an antidote or a counter-contagion that reverses them? Oops, sorry. another, if I can get back to there, another disruption or opening sorry, is that, wait, where am I? Sorry. Now I can see, okay. Another disruption or opening, the approach changes what constitutes innovation. So the modern mind likes successive rather than coexistent knowledge. You know, the right answer must kill the old right answer. But the newest technology isn't always the smartest one. It may even be pretty dumb, and more important than the modern succession of technologies is the relationship between emergent and incumbent technology. So it's not just the shiny new technology or algorithm or vaccine that's the innovation. It's the relationship between those technologies. It's the mix of technologies. Innovation as the design of the way things go together in design ecologies. And it's the maybe it's the quality of those mixtures that signals a sophistication or an innovation. Another disruption or opening, I mean, when working in a spatial medium, being right is a really bad idea. Like the white, modern, Enlightenment mind, habits of mind are always looking for singular evils and singular solutions for ideational monotheism and utopias and monocultures of all sorts. You know, the manifesto that must call for the one and only absolute system to be comprehensively replaced by another. But there's no singular monolithic enemy. It's so much worse than that. There's a spectrum of dangers from capitalism, fascism, whiteness, racism, femicide, caste, and on and on. You can advance the text for me, please. Or not. Thank you. Sectarian violence, religious intolerance, sociopathic leadership that we'll talk more about, and countless other means of hoarding authoritarian power while oppressing others and abusing the planet. More important than finding the solution is looking for the problems. Solutions are weak positions. Right answers are mistakes. Nothing works, or no one thing works. And to worry that things will go wrong is to miss the point. They will always go wrong. You can only try to achieve varying degrees of relief from violence to humans and the environment. And maybe it's better not when you eliminate problems, but when you multiply them. Maybe it's not the existence or the content of the problem, but the interplay between problems that's important. How do they leaven and catalyze each other in design ecologies? So then, rather than waiting for proper accumulations of capital, you can start to work with its inevitable failures, which so many of you, I think, have been doing. You know, things that have fallen off the abstract ledgers of capital and returned to heavy information, physical values, the house that's no longer a trafficked mortgage product, but is a return to dirt, wood, trees, soil. So designing is entangling, designing is making something that shouldn't always work, that's indeterminate in order to be practical. So, so that it can adjust to changing conditions or to moments when it's politically outmaneuvered. Borrowing from Gilbert Ryle, it's not knowing that, like knowing the right answer, but more like knowing how to manage a changing set of potentials. Another disruption, and the last one, another disruption and opening maybe focusing on the design of interplay between objects over time also brings into focus latent environmental violence that can be embodied in arrangement, like Galtong's structural violence or Rob Nixon's slow violence. There's overwhelming environmental violence and damage from powers that demolish and poison and abuse and subjugate and erase you, not with a drawn sword or with a shot, with a gunshot, but with fossil fuels and sheltered wealth and monopolies of data and financial abstractions. And this is so very relevant to a moment when culture is reconsidering what's been eclipsed and what might follow the last 500 years of modern enlightenment, capitalizing whiteness, capitalizing, colonizing, and globalizing. Victims of whiteness have crafted some of the most potent counter-logics and antidotes that align with some and those antidotes align with some of the disruptions of the white Enlightenment mind we've been talking about. These thinkers are also often speaking a spatial language, or space is a stage for modeling another understanding, another kind of knowledge, another way of being human that reduces environmental violence. You know, these are the very networks of mutualism and care and maintenance and kinship that are at the heart of indigenous and anarchists and abolitionists and black feminist thinking, Ruth Wilson Gilmore, Mariama Kaba, Sylvia Federici, Fred Moten, J.K. Gibson Graham's community economies. You know, urban space is a place to rehearse the re-enchantment of the human that Sylvia Wynter and others have so generously contemplated. These are the convivial relationships between human and non-human that move away from the modern and towards Arturo Escobar's pluriverse, or what the Zapatistas call a world where many worlds fit. This is Buen Vivir, an amalgam of anti-feminist, of anti-capitalist, feminist, indigenous, environmentalist approaches. This is the commons that scholars like Peter Linebaugh and Marcus Rediker have chronicled as the prevailing approach to land before European colonizing, even in an Anglo tradition. Robin Maynard and Leanne Beta-Samose Simpson called this moment a meeting between the world-ending politics of the last 500 years and world-making forms of activisms from the 60s and 70s. Olufemi Otaowo invokes this world-making activism when he asserts that planetary thinking about the climate goes hand in hand with reparations. How could it not? You know, for patterns of harm that only continue. And kind of noting that, you know, while science has sometimes only given us more precise measure of doom, he suggests that activist communities like the ones you all partake in might now take the wheel. So designers in any discipline, for designers in any discipline, can space serve as that medium or mixing chamber for information of all sorts in partnerships and coalitions? You know, if culture usually rewards the right answer or the moment when things become homogenized and Turing complete, I guess what we're suggesting is that the moment of innovation is kind of like when things get lumpy. Exchanges in physical, lumpy, live, temporal space that are heavier and more opaque and stealthy. And they create value in a much broader range of registers than the thin financial abstractions of capital and governance that have been the cause of so much automatic harm and environmental violence. So maybe we can look at examples of alternative infrastructures that are capable of grappling with the mega infrastructures that are making the world. I'm offering these only to start to animate an imagination or rehearse a habit of mind. You could put them on the table only to wipe them off again because nothing works or no one thing works. But each of these are maybe unconventional infrastructures that are as worthy of public investment as those of concrete and conduit. like consider rewiring a transportation network. You know, we're told that the newest technology or electric or automated vehicles will reduce planetary emissions, perfect driving. But maybe more important than this succession of technologies is the mix of technologies. If individually owned cars, whether they're electric or automated, are used in lieu of transit, they'll create unprecedented congestion. I mean, imagine every transit seat is inflated to the size of a car. So it's sort of like a smart car in a dumb traffic jam. Sprawl, emissions, vehicle miles traveled will increase. You'll travel longer to accomplish more far-flung errands in a slow network of horizontal elevators. And the modern mind would think, okay, flying cars, the next new technology. But the real innovation is in a richer relationship between high-capacity transit and low-capacity cars, bikes, and pedestrians. So mixing them gets cars off the road and reduces emissions, vehicle miles traveled, and sprawl. So designing a switch, a physical volume for these exchanges consolidates busy itineraries that require owning multiple cars. And so maybe it's this mixture of different vehicle technologies that also has the capacity to address inequality and racial discrimination and disability by penetrating areas that have been denied mobility. The car as a multiplier, also created and aligned with massive landscapes of garages and parking spaces and lanes of parking and so on that might now dissolve, that might become a kind of counter-contagion with ramifying effects. So a protocol like this, is this an infrastructure? Or consider subtraction protocols or interplays that put the development machine into reverse to retreat from sea level rise or wildfires or sensitive landscapes. Can you dismantle some of the financial multipliers that were the germ of this sprawl, or sprawl in the United States and then eventually the germ of financial disaster elsewhere? But now you can see sea level rise can put those houses literally and financially underwater, but what happens if properties aren't grouped according to financial abstractions as they were in mid-20th century or 2008? What if they're allowed to be grouped according to tangible climate realities? What if you reward mortgages by pooling together to reduce collective risk? Could you make a counter-contagion that truly reverses the flow of sprawl? So would a subtraction protocol like this be an infrastructure? Or taking this pooling of land much further, consider some interplays, interplays to counter the folly and hubris that humans can own the crust of the earth. Property is one of the most durable manifestations of this modern Enlightenment whiteness. We're talking about the same whiteness that goes through all kinds of contortions to portray itself as a neutral, natural law, when it's really a fantasy world concocted by kings and religious leaders and capitalists, and with a few more psychotic twists manages to rationalize the theft of land from indigenous people and the possession of other human beings. But here's a set of interplays that's offering alternative ways of holding land with a spatial apparatus of community, like community land trusts or agrarian trusts that rely on presence and proximity and entanglement and provide relief from or reparations from dispossession and gentrification and climate catastrophes. This is, the fat white middle of the United States, which is a tangle of violence stretching from tribal lands in Oklahoma to Minneapolis, where George Floyd was murdered. There's aquifer depletions, trade wars, fracking accidents, food deserts, all cross purposes with ramifying global consequences. And since the Depression, these are red states, Republican states. These red states have received excessive government subsidies, even as they vote against big government. So this was a Yale studio, actually, where we were trying to see in kind of a sneaky way just how much of the Green New Deal we could be accomplished by diverting funds from the old New Deal to address social welfare, sustainable energy, policing, and reparations for Black and Indigenous peoples. These are GPS mappings that are sort of mapping so many problems on each other that they look like a stain. So in Minneapolis, has a bloated police budget, and just outside of town, family farms are routinely receiving subsidies of over $1 million a year, USDA subsidies. So this interplay siphoned money off from both police and farming monocultures to fund an unusual community land trust with both urban and rural holdings. And in a community land trust, you well know, land is not property, but it's decommodified, shared resource. So it takes a ledger of discontinuous property and generates interdependent spatial values. Values that are registering in a spatial register rather than a financial register. And also pairing at both ends of the urban and rural spectrum potentially sets off a chain reaction, again, making something out of problems. The space does more than replace capital with a superior system, like a kind of one of those one-for-one moves that would reproduce yet again the same idea about singular evils and singular solutions that accompany that white habit of mind. So less about a singular unifying force and more about mutualism and anarchism and difference that's essential to interplay and interdependence. So even like fueled by multiple problems, less about replacing and more about overwhelming capital with multiple modes of exchange. Or in Oklahoma, this was another project where the end of the Trail of Tears, site of the Dust Bowl, the Tulsa Race Massacre, the violence continues. But the spectacular failures of these government programs actually present opportunities for change because the land is completely exhausted. Industrial agriculture kills plants. Farmers are bankrupt. There are food deserts. Another Dust Bowl looms. But agrarian trusts can facilitate regenerative agriculture or wind trusts that begin to repair harm. And these alternative landholding organs, they constitute an infrastructure. Or consider a reparations project called ATTTNT that cobbles together 6,000 miles of a linear formation made up of thin strips of public land, and it develops protocols for how that thin strip of public land might thicken into a planetary line that's designated for reparations. So as this line, ATTTNT, passes through southern US states, the supremacist narratives that created them come up against another reckoning with the undertold histories of Black and Indigenous resistance and survival, really 150 years of persistent, elegant activist experiments from mutual aid societies and cooperatives and agricultural wheels and labor unions and land trusts, all exercising multiple forms of sovereignty. So this reparations protocol is an infrastructure of sorts. Or consider a mobility commons like this projected platform called Many that rehearsed a way of facilitating migration and cooperation through an exchange of needs and problems. Education and training in a wetter, hotter world calls not only for universities, but also vastly expanded fields of physical know-how. So Many is not a digital platform really, but the tip of a giant web of heavy information. if the global deployment of manpower, science, and logistics in a kind of not war doesn't respond to the logistics of war, enclosure, geometry, or national boundaries. So it's imagining matchmaking between needs and the fight for another kind of land and sovereignty, the land that's live, unpredictable, feral landscapes that are flooding and catching fire and seeping up from below and into contours, or creeping up from behind, or swirling around in atmospheric fronts. So these things we've been talking about, this switch, this subtraction protocol, this alternative landholding organ, this planetary line for reparations, this mobility commons, they're all relational infrastructures of community and mutualism that, just to say it again, like, are they not as worthy of public investment as those infrastructures of concrete and conduit? I mean, because they also constitute a prudent public investment. They redouble any resource that's given to them because they're live organizations. You know, capital is so stupid. It doesn't really get live organizations where you plant one seed and you get 10. It doesn't make any sense to a world made of math. So these infrastructures can also accept investment in many forms, and they create a superabundance of value in multiple registers beyond the financial. So just a final word about how these infrastructures might also be part of an activist stance, and at what is, as we were saying, potentially a moment of world-making activism. Focusing on the medium, seeing how these large organizations have created slow structural or environmental violence gives, you know, more reason to fight. Activism is rioting, marching, looting, blockading, boycotting, sanctioning, sabotaging, divesting, among many other things. Nothing changes without pressure. And you know, to be taking on these infrastructures is to say two can play at this game. And superbugs have also transferred to themselves trillions of dollars in the last few decades, thus conveniently identifying a consolidated source of funding for repair and reparations. So do we have the opportunity to redirect this unfathomable wealth towards spaces that create incalculable value to begin to address an incalculable debt? But there's a political climate as well as an atmospheric climate, and seeing how superbugs manipulate this latent temperament and fuel violence with lies and scrambled ideologies. Activism also requires the sneakiness to double-cross them. You know, it's weak to say there's one way to do activism. That makes it too easy for the superbugs. The dissensus that we're often talking about is stronger when, again, there's a mixture of techniques, when there's the fugitivity and opacity to protect the most vulnerable, and the agility to occasionally starve the superbug of the fight they're craving, to keep them guessing and disoriented. The global, this word global, often used in relation to modern dreams of new world orders and so on. But countering that white modern Enlightenment conception, if the global tends towards the universal, maybe the planetary tends towards the mutual, the patchy, the situated, the partial, the discontinuous. Like Anna Singh was saying, sort of the inconsistency is kind of like our best asset, our secret weapon. It's more powerful and stealthy to think of overwhelming dominant systems with multiple organizations and on multiple fronts that combine multiple species of information and the richness of multiple problems. But anyway, nothing works, or no one thing works. And again, it's the mixture that's all. And to the side of these dominant habits and right answers are mistakes, entangled obligations are empowering, histories follow, latent aggressions as well as gunshots, messy is smarter than new, and responses shouldn't always work. And is it possible to design a ratcheting chain of moves that worms into and generates leverage against intractable politics? You would sort of have to be too smart to be right. And I don't think you really need a name for it, and I think you already know how to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Keller. We have 3 minutes left if there is some question or comment from the audience. No? Mateja? No. Okay, let's then move forward to our next lecture, which is Camilla van Deurs, who has given us nicely the guided tour on the boat already today. She is the chief architect of the city of Copenhagen for the last 4 years. She is working to shape a more livable capital here in Copenhagen to make it one of the world's most sustainable cities. Among other green initiatives, she chairs Copenhagen's involvement in Circuit, a collaborative EU project across 4 cities, Copenhagen, Hamburg, the Helsinki region, and Greater London. And they have teamed up with partners from the entire built environment value chain. So an interesting big project that we will all learn from. Camilla also used to be active as an architect, as an external professor at the University of Copenhagen. She holds a Master of Architecture and a PhD in Urban Design. Camilla, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for inviting me to share a little bit of what we do. And I must say, you said I am working. Building a city is very much a collaborative effort. It takes, a field of architects and developers and 2,500 colleagues working in the technical and environmental department to even do some of the things that I'm showing you today. So very much a group effort and an effort that has been going on for the last 30 plus years. Copenhagen this year has a special event. We're very honored to be nominated by UNESCO as the World Capital of Architecture. It is a title that follows the UIA Congress we hosted this summer. And we're using this as an opportunity to discuss not only within the architectural field, within the profession of building, what architecture is and what it can do and the responsibilities for the future, but very much also to discuss this with our citizens. So 80% of everything that we're doing, all of the events we're doing this year, are geared towards real people, the users of architecture, people that don't wear black roll-neck sweaters. I'm happy to see so many of my tribe kind of in the audience. But architecture can still be seen as very elitist, which it shouldn't be, because it's about touching everyday lives. We are all consumers of architecture. And the engagement and the qualification of everyone in that dialogue is extremely important. So those are some of our targets that we're working with this year. And of course, this is not isolated to only a discussion of Copenhagen. We're discussing with our fellow municipalities in the region and even in Sweden. Malmö is a great partner in this because so many of the crises that face us are regional or global. Issues of congestion,
housing, densities, climate change, rising seawater. All of these issues are issues that we have to deal with together with our neighbors. So we're using this as an opportunity to discuss some of these difficult subjects and to have political discussions also across the municipal boundaries. The program of the year sort of consists of 3 layers. The first is very pragmatic. It's more than 50 public projects that are opening this year, from schools to climate adaptation projects, and then of course also a number of private projects like the opera park we passed in the boat. So quite an exciting opportunity to show what are we building, what is at the forefront right now, and to invite our citizens to come and enjoy some of these projects. The next layer, and I'll get back to that at the end of the presentation, is a temporary layer. It's a layer of pavilions. We saw some of them on the boat, and they're very much about sustainability and using UN's SDGs as a starting point for discussing with the public what is the future of architecture, what is the future of sustainability, and what does that look like. I'll tell you a little bit more about that at the end. And then the third layer of the program is an event calendar. Today we have more than 500 events in the calendar with over 200 partners from the Architecture Festival, from museums, from NGOs, a very, very widespread range of people who are somehow interested and relevant in this industry. And we're hoping very much that these 3 layers will qualify the discussion of the city that we have and enable everyone to partake in the discussion of how our city should develop in the future. And given that this is a UNESCO title, of course we're talking about the heritage of the city. Where do we come from? What does that mean? For Copenhagen, this is often a discussion of Central European architectural influence. A lot of our architecture is kind of borrowed and inherited from the great Central European traditions. You will recognize a little bit of Siena, a little bit of Rome, a little bit of France or the Netherlands in these images. But I think more famously, maybe, for Copenhagen and for the Nordic region, is this focus of architecture in the turn of the century and in early modernism, the functionalist architecture that talks about building the welfare society and how architecture is local, it is pragmatic, it is used to build better lives for everyone involved. And it is a rediscovery of local materials and practices. So this year we're discussing, and in some cases the Danes will know very much the architecture of some of these buildings and how we protect them and how we develop them. And of course it's also the image of this rise of Copenhagen over the last 30 years, where architecture and planning has been used very, very strategically to shape the new city. The city that was almost bankrupt in the beginning of the 90s, that has been rebuilt through the use of architecture and planning. And in the last 15 years, Monocle has named Copenhagen the most livable city in the world, whatever that means, more than 5 times. And repeatedly, architecture and architects are at the center of this. We become the image of what that means. And a lot of these projects, we saw some of them from a boat, are very recognizable, very pragmatic, and sort of become the image of this transformation of the city. And this year, of course, all of the many visitors that are coming to the city are exploring them, as you are during their stay here. But I'm also hoping that our visitors will see something different, that the face of the city and the new architecture is changing. It is another pragmatic sort of aesthetic that is much more about the aesthetic of reuse of materials, transformation, using less resources, and it looks different. It has another sensuous feel. It might need some translation, at least when we're talking to non-architects, in terms of the material qualities and the narration of these projects. But they are very much the future of the city and the future of what our city will look like in the future. So Copenhagen, as mentioned, is quite involved in a number of large-scale European projects that deal with sustainability and reducing the carbon emissions in the building environment. In Copenhagen, about 30% of the CO2 spendage is by the building industry, 30% by the city mobility and infrastructure. So collectively, architecture and urban planning is responsible for about 60% of our carbon emissions. And that means that we have an enormous responsibility, as we all know, in terms of making a change and planning building more sustainably. And so for us as a city, this means that we have to look at every single piece of work we do. How can we understand the sustainability measures? How can we work with the transportation of materials? How can we work with lowering the impact of material wastage in the building industry? What are the policies we can do? How can we work with certification standards? How do we work more with biodegradable materials, with wood construction? What are the policies that we need to make this change happen? And so for Copenhagen, one of the projects, or two of the projects that have been sort of at the forefront and that we are working with this year, up to this year, is both the Circuit project, which is a collaboration across 4 European capitals to look at the material streams of the city, the legislation of sustainability and circular materials, and of course the new European Bauhaus, which has one of its programs hosted in the city. So all of these initiatives shape the discussions that we're having this year. And at the heart of this, for the city, is our ambition to be climate neutral by 2025. We are not going to make it. We're going to be shy by about 430,000 tons of CO2 a year. The last 15 years, there's been an enormous investment and development put into particularly the energy sector. So the Copenhagen waste-to-energy plant we saw from the boat, the windmills, energy production and energy consumption in terms of installation, not using as many resources in the building industry, and this shift from car dependency into public transit and particularly cyclists. Those have been the main focus the last couple of years. And of course, as a city, that has brought us almost to our goal. We have reduced the CO2 impact by 86%, but we're not going to make it entirely. One of the reasons is that the carbon capture facility at Copenhagen is not going to have the necessary national planning improvements. So if we have that, when we have that, that should be 2025, 26, 27, due to national legislation, we will start to meet our targets. But having this target, this political target for the last 15 years has been extremely important in driving everything we do and how we think about the building industry. And in the next phases, the next climate plan, we are moving from scope 1 and 2 to scope 3, which means working within the donut economy and within the boundaries of production for the city. And that has an enormous impact on the building industry in terms of talking about our resources, where they come from, where we buy things, and really, really pushing this agenda of circularity forward. So, for a city, What does this mean, this ambition of being climate neutral and working with our architecture and the quality while thinking and trying to achieve more sustainable solutions? Well, at the center, of course, are the politics. The politics have been driving this for the last 15 years. But the responsibility as a municipality is not only just in politics, we are also builders. We build public schools, we contribute to public housing, we're building streets and bridges. The responsibility of how we use our money wisely is extremely important. We also own a lot of buildings, parks, streets, and so on that we maintain. So thinking about how can we maintain sustainably is at the center of this. We are the building authority to everything that is built in the city. So what are the discussions we're having with all the private actors, the developers, the architects, everyone within this value chain? That has a big responsibility. And finally, we have the opportunity to have a lot of collaborations and partnerships. And the World Capital of Architecture sort of falls in that maybe softer group, where we are using that as an opportunity to have some of these discussions. So the architecture policy of the city has 3 chapters. Architecture that tells a story, about building to context, about our heritage. Building for Copenhagen life, which is at the center. It's about everyday life of going to the kindergarten, to the quality of the bicycle lanes, to soft edge zones. And then finally designing responsibly, which is about the CO2 and the building impact that we make. And all of these factors together go into working with every single build project in the city. So on the boat, you kind of maybe saw the immense development along the harbor front. And I think it's always interesting to see this kind of before image. So 30 years ago, as you can see, there were very, very few developments right up against the harbor. And today, of course, that is very, very different. There's been an enormous development in the city. We are one of the fastest growing demographic regions in Northern Europe. And there's a huge pressure to build more homes, infrastructure, office spaces. And the difficult challenge for us as a city is, of course, how do we do that while acknowledging that that is completely unsustainable at the same time, you know. But the idea, the belief truly is that if we have to have a sustainable lifestyle, and if we have to maintain areas for biodiversity, for natural resources, for green energy outside the city, we need to densify within these situations where we are living compact and more sustainable lives. So the way we've been doing that the last 30-odd years is through developing both new city areas and the blue areas on the map, and at the same time doing urban renewal programs in the red and the pink areas that lift the existing city. So working on a dual strategy, which not only develops new land, but really ensures sort of a widespread raise of quality throughout the existing city as well. And architecture has been at the center of this. So using architecture as beacon projects that invite citizens and users to come into new areas that they would not usually visit. Like this yellow building, a public library, which has been sort of dubbed a ghetto blaster. A library by Kobe architects in one of the socially deprived housing estates. And the function is to bring in citizens to this area that would usually not come to Tingbjerg due to the social stigma of that area. The programs also have a lot of smaller quality of life projects. A lot of them are citizen-led. They're about the daily life, the quality of meeting your neighbor in public space. There's a lot of programs where citizens can apply for money, for trees, for community events, and so on. And at the same time, we've been using public money to upgrade the privately owned housing estates. And it's not very often that you see a picture of a toilet at a conference like this. But in Copenhagen, there are 22,000 apartments that don't have their own toilet, 3,000 that don't have a bathroom. And we are a relatively civil society, right? Civilized society. But during a global pandemic, like the one we've just been through, I think we can all appreciate the necessary kind of effects of having proper sanitation and what that means for the city. So through upgrading and providing grants to private owners of estates, housing estates, we are putting in these installations while talking about how they can contribute to a more sustainable use of their buildings in terms of insulation, solar energy, and so on, and how they can work with the heritage that they have. So we can, for instance, set demands that they're not replacing their windows with plastic windows when they do these upgrades, but they're using wood windows and traditional materials in these upgrades. And all of this is about developing a shared architectural tone or a shared language. There are a lot of new technologies coming into our cities, and they affect our public spaces. They affect the shape of the city. Sometimes they're maybe not that beautiful or that interesting. But allowing for that development and then even discussing, okay, so right now the technology is at a certain point. Hopefully it will be more invisible in the future. But how do we then integrate it in a way where we have a shared architectural language together with an element like our traditional bench is really important for us as a city. What is the tone? And how are we, with every single little decision we're making in the city, part of contributing to that shared architectural language? And for my city, the city is tied together by this identity, this feeling of a continuous sidewalk, which is part of a public invitation. Something as small as a sidewalk actually opens up these new areas by insisting that we have the Copenhagen sidewalk, both in the existing city and in the new city areas. We're signaling that everyone has a right to come there. They are not institutions that are only for the people who live there. We're also using the placement of public institutions like schools. This is a new addition of a school in Vesterbro, spread throughout the city as a lifting mechanism, particularly in terms of socioeconomic poorer areas in the city. So strategically locating schools, daycares, sports facilities as a way of lifting that area and the rest of the city. And finally, the public space network in the city is extremely important for the sense of community and unity across all of our city districts and spaces. We saw some of them. We saw the Harbour Park as we passed it today. The investment of public space has been a key factor in the transformation of Copenhagen over the last 30 years. In the 80s, former Mayor Bente Frost said it quite famously. She said, "We're never so poor that we cannot afford to build a new public space every year because it's democratic, it's free, and it's for everyone." And so that spirit has very much been the backbone in the city's development over the last 30 years. And for Copenhagen, of course, the city of cyclists and cycling goes very much in hand with this concept of public space. We think of them as each other's brothers and sisters, and developing a continuous network. Today we have over 400 kilometers of cycle lanes across the city, is both a target in terms of having a healthy lifestyle in the city, reducing the CO2, but also creating accessibility and community across everyone who moves in the city. And we saw a little glimmer of the bicycle snake as we went along in the boat. Architecture and architects and designers, fantastic engineers, are part of this transformation. So along the harbor, we have 13 harbor bridges, and they are all symbols of the investment and the commitment to sustainable mobility. We have over 80 bridges spread out in the entire city. None of them are as beautiful and as emblematic as the ones we have across the harbor. This is really sort of a special investment that we've now focused on in the South Harbor. Now we are flipping it and creating new bridges also as connectors in the north of the harbor. But unfortunately, as the city grows richer, this investment in mobility and sustainable mobility is sort of surpassed by the increasing wealth of our citizens. So cars still take up a majority of the space, public space in Copenhagen. And in the last couple of years, we've been discussing, what should we do about that? This is a picture that I copy-pasted. It's 126,000 dots. And it represents all of the public car parking spaces spread across the streets of the city. And of course, that is an enormous resource. It is a resource that is maybe the most precious resource space that we own as a city. And for those of you who are familiar with the geography of Copenhagen, it's about 2.5 times the size of Fælledparken, which is our biggest park. And this is a political battlefield. Mayors almost lose elections when threatening to take away some of these parking spaces. And it is a theme that we share with so many cities. I know Barcelona is also here. So many cities across the world and across Europe. How do we make this shift from car dependency and this use of public space into another kind of lifestyle? And one of the ways that we're doing this in the city, and sort of the Copenhagen method of experimenting with urban development, is to nominate a series of test sites across the city. So 2 years ago, we had an experiment in the city center where we took away car parking spaces and kind of just painted on public space as temporary spaces, like so many cities are doing. And that has now become a politically adopted plan where over all of the street parking in the city center is going to be taken away and replaced with new public spaces and greenery. Across the city now we are also building what we call bylivsgader, city life streets, where citizens nominate streets for car parks to be taken away and to create green community streets. And we're discussing, which is the blue diagram here, a number of car-free zones or sort of car-free districts across the city where you cannot go across the districts but have to just come in, deliver your goods, deliver your handicapped grandmother and so on, and come back out. So the future of the city is through these experimentations definitely changing, but it is extremely difficult, also for the politicians. So this way of kind of discussing with our citizens, what does the future look like if we take out cars? What are the potentials? How can we use experiments to qualify what possible futures there are part of this discussion? So in the city center, in the coming years, we'll have 10 new permanent projects, like high quality, nice public spaces, and all of the surface parking spaces taken out. Some of the difficult decisions also in terms of pulling down highway infrastructure, building parks are underway. There's a big political discussion right now in terms of some decisions, some projects that are already adopted and elected, and others that will potentially be put underground in the city. And this way of experimenting is what we kind of traditionally like to do when we build new city projects or districts. So in the North Harbor, we didn't exactly get there by the boat today. But as we were building this city district, we had a collaboration with the energy sector, with universities, with different material producers, to experiment with energy systems of the city, to see how can we, as we develop a new city district, make a more energy sustainable district. So in this area, we were looking at solar heating on all of the roofs. We were looking at sea heating. But I think what's really nice is that it translates into something that is not technical, but a very livable local neighborhood. So there's this underlying story, which is about energy, but it's really about creating a wonderful place to live. And of course, as you're doing this, we saw some of the other silos, the grain silos along the harbor front. As we're doing this, we're also developing the existing structures, turning them into new housing. But what we learned in that neighborhood was that about 10%, only 10% of that neighborhood is social housing, affordable housing, or student accommodation. And so based on the experiences there, we're saying, you know, it's nice to have these luxury apartments, beautiful, beautiful apartments, but we need a more varied, a better housing offer. So with the help of national policies now, the city has adopted that all new developments must have 25% social housing or affordable housing units within them. And we have to reduce the number of square meters per apartment from 95, which is what used to be the average before 2019, to achieve much lower square meters, which is, of course, both more sustainable, but also maybe more responsive to the way we as a community, a global community, are living in much smaller households. Another area where we are experimenting is in the new district of Jernbanebyen, where we are looking at how this former rail area in the city can become a circulation hub to work with both maintaining 98 of the existing old buildings, beautiful, beautiful buildings, but also looking at how can we increase the nature and the biodiversity of the city. So this local area scheme was adopted during COVID. And as a very direct response, the politicians decided that we needed 9 to 12 hectares of public green space within this neighborhood. That's really difficult to achieve while maintaining 98 existing heritage buildings. But the solution, I think, is proving or sort of pointing a direction to what the future of the city streets will look like. In this area, 20% of all of the public space, all of the streets, has to have a green foliage coverage. We have to have a public park of 2 hectares, and collectively almost 12 hectares of green spread across that neighborhood. And as a city, we are buying land from the railway development company to build a public park to have an attractor. And this is a new policy for Copenhagen. We used to only use the schools, the buildings, as kind of our investments in these neighborhoods. But since this plan was adopted during COVID, there was a real understanding that green spaces were necessary for the development of the city. So thinking about green and biodiversity and the green networks of the city has really been a shifting point for us. Copenhagen is not a particularly green city today. And we've done some analysis looking at the distance of green from every single front door. And based on this, the politicians have decided some new goals. And this was done during COVID, to say that we need in the future to build 6 new public parks as our population is growing. The average number of green per resident is, of course, falling. Right now, it's 41 square meters per inhabitant, which is, in a European context, very low, unfortunately. So we need to invest in this green infrastructure. We need to create biodiversity corridors across the city. And every single Copenhagener has the right now to green accessible urban space within 300 meters of their front door. And that means that we have to think about the streets in a completely different way. They have to become these green spaces, and we have to start the shift of taking spaces from the parking infrastructure into the green infrastructure of the city. So with this, a new biodiversity plan and a new view of nature in the city. Similar to the architecture, a view of nature that is maybe less polished, more unruly, less lawn mowed, but certainly, I think, more interesting. And the financial driver for that in the city is quite interesting because it's financed in great part by the utility company of the city. We had a cloudburst in 2011, and since then we have a development plan of over 300 projects across the city. And we're using the city as this laboratory through the climate quarter in the north of the city and spreading the knowledge of how to turn spaces from gray asphalt into green spaces, from gray streets into blue streets, and spreading this to the courtyards of the city and to the public spaces of the city. So really thinking about the city as a lung, as a sponge, and how these investments in the infrastructure can help to provide better quality and higher biodiversity as well. And the next challenge of the city, we just passed it a little bit in the boat, is that we are challenged with rising seawaters. In the next 100 years, the water is estimated to rise by 1.20 meters in Copenhagen. And since we have such a low city and a lot of landfill, all of the dark blue areas in this map, which are the historic sort of landfill areas, will be covered by water. This is a major challenge, not only for us, but for so many coastal cities across Europe. And these pose difficult questions, sensitive questions about our heritage and our connection to the ocean as a seaboring nation and possible solutions for that. And the discussion in Copenhagen right now is to look at nature-based solutions and how we can use natural landscapes to create a sea barrier that takes some of these changes. And a highly politicized and difficult discussion right now is the creation of an artificial island at just about the tip of where our boat turned this morning that will be landfilled over the next 70 years and fill in this gap. Over time, there will also be a barge gate to the north that can block the water and then protect the inner island. And this is an overall plan that we call the green bracelet for the finger plan. You might know the sort of emblematic 1947 finger plan of Copenhagen. And it's a plan together with the 5 municipalities surrounding Copenhagen to create a nature-based solution where Lynetteholmen, this island, is just one bead, one pearl in this bracelet, to talk about how we increase access to urban recreational areas while providing this protection barrier. And one thing is certain, it's not going to look anything like this when it's completed. But the strategic plan to say, how can we use nature as a resource, I think is very, very well used in this strategy and will provide qualities for the city outside this plan to protect from the water. And so finally, we passed a few of these pavilions along the way in the boat. This summer, we've been having the discussion with our citizens and all the visitors of the city. How can we talk about sustainability and what sustainable architecture looks like? So we had 15 pavilions this summer, some of them are still up, discussing the future of architecture and of low impact construction. And they all give different answers to what that looks like. We passed this one, which is 1 ton of CO2 in 3 different brick constructions. Reuse of existing structures. These are old propagation greenhouses from the botanical gardens that were just on the verge of being torn down. They've been moved to a new city district and have been repurposed as a community center. A project from the plastic industry, which are, the culprits of everything in this world, to discuss how do we work with plastics that are already here, how do we recycle them. Along the harborfront, we had a number of projects looking at design for disassembly projects, how we work with passive solar energy heating in these projects and houses. Earth stamped construction, which is an entirely new method of building in the Copenhagen scale. And these projects were done together with home builders companies. So the people that are, we saw some pictures earlier, like spreading as locusts across the countryside, trying to engage them in and their methods of production in a new way of producing homes. And finally, one of the most ambitious projects, also located in this new district of Jernbanebyen, a project by Effect Architects, financed by Velux, a project that is building to 3.8 kilos of CO2 per square meter, which for Danish standards is about a third of the traditional CO2 use, and a project trying to invite people in to say, what does sustainability look like? How can we touch it? What does that mean for the installations that we design for disassembly? How do we work with screw pile foundations? What is the material character inside the homes? And are you willing to live like this to lead a sustainable life? So we very much feel that this way of using demonstrator projects as a way of engaging our citizens in this discussion is important in terms of moving us forward as a city and having everyone contribute to this journey. So, for us, at least, there is a direct correlation between the quality of our architecture and how we use our planning and this direction towards urban growth that has been happening in the last 30 years. But we do believe that it is possible to have sustainability and to have a raise of quality of life at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you for this very detailed introduction of lots of projects.
With a lot of red clocks here on the front.
We'll have a very short lunch break now. We have to be back at 1:30, and then we continue with Phil Ayres and closing discussion at 2. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. After a lunch break, people will gather again and will come from their lunches. So, welcome back to this last focus talk of today's of the conference. Before I introduce our next speaker, I would also like to invite you again, after we finish this lecture and the roundtable, to the architectural display that is here in the room. So we have Almen Archiv, Femar Collective, Tideland Studios, Bodyland Matilde, Dromen Contoret, Space Girls, and Landscape for Holidays. Please do stop by if you haven't so yet. So our last focus talks today is going to be about materials. We are going to hear Phil Ayres, who actually teaches at the faculty where we are for the last 2 days. So I'll just briefly introduce him and then give him the podium. So Phil Ayres is an architect, researcher, and educator. He holds the newly established chair for biohybrid architecture at the Royal Danish Academy, the first professorship of this kind within Danish architectural research and education. The research focus is the design and production of novel biohybrid architectural systems that aim to couple technical and living complexes together with the development of complementary design environment and design methodologies. Phil has pursued this research in the context of 2 EU-funded projects, and let's give him a big applause, please. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you. That's yours.
Oops. It's falling down.
So I believe this is the clicker. So it's a very great pleasure to have been invited here. And of course, as I'm faculty here, I'd like to welcome the LINA network to Copenhagen. Welcome to my workplace. I'm going to be talking about this notion of extending technologies of the past towards solutions for the present and visions of the future. And despite the fact that we have a very nested and entangled set of crises facing us, the one that we're particularly focusing on within the Chair for Biohybrid Architecture is this issue about the need to diversify our material base. So projections are showing that we're going to be generating a need for a double of our material requirement over the next 40 years. And yet we see that there's also a scarcity issue where we're going to be running out of these key materials before we get to reach the targets of projection. And of course, from a kind of largely Western perspective, we look towards industrialization as a kind of key framework for helping us to get out of these issues. And yet we're talking about a framework here that ultimately is founded on colonialization and extraction. And despite various reiterations of it here, we see that ultimately this framework has real particular issues around the prioritization of private investment in man-made capital. We also see the idea that if it's adopting certain kinds of pre-existing technologies to what it engages in, its focus is towards the appropriation of these to make commodities for the market. And also the predominant paradigm is a focus, as Keller was referring to in her talk, a focus towards new technologies rather than perhaps looking towards old technologies. So in our work, we're looking at 2 really foundational technologies, foundational to human society. One is weaving, and the other one is fermentation. And of course, the industrialized framework has certainly looked towards these, but it hasn't been able to fully colonize them. These technologies exist in a way that actually allows still low barriers to entry for society with minimal means. But the interesting thing that I hope I'll be able to demonstrate is the way in which these technologies open up really interesting spaces of innovation, not just from a technological perspective, but also from a social perspective. So I'm going to start with the weaving, and we've had a kind of sustained focus on looking at particularly kagome weaving. So this is a triaxial weaving technology. The earliest found examples that we see over here on the left from Japan from about 8,000 years ago. And we see here the kind of world of contemporary craft people like Alison Grace Martin and Joe McCullum, who we've had the pleasure of collaborating with recently, starting to really show the value, but also the potentials of this technique as a way of being able to generate complex morphologies, but using very, very efficient material methods. Key to this is the fact that we're able to create highly curved geometries using straight strips of material. So this is in real contrast to the way in which, as architects, that really enjoy the aesthetic, the potent aesthetic qualities of this weaving technique, we see that the design intelligence is happening here by essentially creating a regular lattice on the plane and projecting that up onto a complex curvature. And the implication of that is that it requires then the making of geometry within this highly complex way that is very wasteful of material. So essentially the design intelligence is going into the cutting of a geometry to fit the desired design intent. Now, the thing about this particular weaving technique is that it actually embodies ways of being able to generate form in much more efficient ways. So rather than thinking about the idea that we project a regular lattice onto a complex geometry, we can actually embed the generating systems for creating those geometry directly within the lattice. And the way to do that is to simply swap out essentially a hexagon for a lesser-sided polygon if we want to induce positive curvature, and for a greater-sided polygon if we want to induce negative curvature. So we can create both elliptical and hyperbolic curvature with the same set of principles. And this allows us then to generate essentially any possible geometry. So in our work, we've been looking at ways in which we can start to instrumentalize this, so that we can start looking towards generating topologically principled weave patterns for achieving any hygienous, highly curved geometry possible. And it turns out that the methods for doing this are actually really quite simple. With a master's program here, we've also looked then at starting to engage in the actual craft of this. So it's very important to us that we're not just talking about this from a digital perspective, but we're also gaining an appreciation of the actual physical nature of doing this weaving. But of course, our ambition has been to say, well, how can we start to look at scales beyond the basket, or beyond what might be contained within this space, and so the opportunity to really start to test whether our system can deal with highly complex geometries occurred back in October, where the Louisiana Museum of Art invited us, or it came to ask us about the possibility of trying to make a large cave for a proposition by Cave Bureau for their exhibition that's currently on at Louisiana Museum. So the work of Cave Bureau is very interesting because essentially they're trying to highlight essentially and also deal with the heritage of colonialization, talking about essentially the violences that have been inflicted upon indigenous peoples, both through colonial planning, but also through the slave trade. And this is where this particular set of caves are very, very interesting to them, because they deal with both an origin narrative of architecture in an African context, talking about the cave as the kind of original architectural spaces. And yet these caves have also been subjected to holding hundreds of thousands of slaves to feed the slave trade, particularly towards, at the time, the Sultan of Zanzibar. And Denmark was also implicated in this, as you'll find out if you visit the exhibition. So they were very keen on trying to be able to highlight this cave within the space, the large space of Storsalen. But their propositions here, you see that essentially we're starting to lose quite a lot of the quality of the cave. It becomes essentially a geometric form. And so we talked to them about the possibility of essentially trying to get towards a higher fidelity of that geometry, but doing so using non-advanced technologies, essentially. So this became really important because, I mean, it would be somewhat disingenuous to be talking about these kinds of issues and yet everything being robotically formed or 3D printed. So here we give the opportunity of bringing essentially a handcraft back to create a voice for the subject and the particular narratives that they're engaging in. So what we did was we started to work with that geometry. They gave us essentially the point cloud of the cave. They were very keen on essentially doing some kind of translations to this, so they inverted the geometry, which actually gives it a very interesting spatiality when you come into the space, and really gives you a sense that you're walking through the body of the rock, looking into this really difficult space. So what you see here then, and the extension of this technology is in the way in which we're able to deliver information to the craftspeople. And we trained a set of artists at Louisiana Museum in the art of kagome weaving. And what's very interesting is that, that it's such a low barrier to entry, this craft. The people that get it were able to get it within a couple of hours, and then they're off and weaving. And then essentially our task is about delivering the information necessary for them. So every curvature-inducing cell has its own identity. And it's very important that you weave exactly to that topology, because if you make a mistake, all the information subsequently is wrong. But it naturally embeds its own controls, because if you're counting in a way that's about triangulating, oh, I'll just go back, I thought there was a pointer on this. But if you're so you're counting cells and you're triangulating, so you quickly discover if you've actually made a mistake or not. The weave had to be made off-site. This set up a set of issues about how it is that we actually bring it back into the space and reassemble it. But you see here how suddenly we're developing a kind of architectural framework here that starts to have really interesting qualities and really starts to speak towards the kind of cave-like aspect. I don't know whether we can actually try and press the film in the middle here where people are unrolling it. If that's possible on the, because I don't actually have that capability. Oh, from the technical support, if it's possible to press on, there we go, perfect, thank you so much. So one of the really interesting things about these kinds of weaves is their robustness. So where Louisiana Museum are very keen on always using essentially art movers or art handlers that are essentially removal people with very large insurance, we were able to just use a local crane company. We brought it in with the help of Louisiana staff. And you see here the unrolling, essentially, of a fabric that embeds all of the geometric possibility, but essentially is lying flat until we start to hang it. And the moment you start to hang it, it begins to shed load and pop into the desired geometry. So you see here the kind of correlation that starts to exist between essentially the digital topological pattern and the resulting artifact. And here, in relation then to the broader Shimoni cave network that Cave Bureau are dealing with. So one of the other really interesting things here about this particular weaving technique is then the secondary effects that start to occur. And you really start to get a sensation of cave-like spatial qualities occurring within this. Now, both Cave Bureau and Louisiana Museum were very kind in drawing attention to some of the prior work that led to this. And it's really particularly this piece here that I think is important to talk about, because although we can demonstrate a scaling in terms of the size of weave that we can produce, we're still making it essentially with basket-type materials. So what's the value of that if we're starting to think about architectural application? But we've developed a technique where we can actually now do this with solid timber, and it means we can start to make structurally performing lattices that have no mechanical fixings, no chemical fixings, and essentially are a direct translation of the interlacing method and the weave practice. So if you can weave at this scale, you can weave at architectural scale. And we see that occurring over here. So essentially, you know, what we end up with is something that has a high degree of efficiency because we're working only with straight strips. We can achieve high curved geometries because we're able to bend the material. And we're able to do this with very, very simple tools that allow very low barriers to entry and engagement. And we can be working also then with very local materials. And you see here with no boundary restraints, just with very, very slender pieces of 60 by 30 solid beech, we're able to withstand 3 quite large chaps, putting a point load, no boundary restraints, and we're still keeping the curvature there. So to now move into the fermentation, and these things start to intersect, in the Fungal Architectures project, we've been looking at the development of mycelium-based composites in terms of looking at how they're constituted, their performance as composites, also looking at ideas about how they might perform in a computational sense, but also starting to look then at the kind of architectures we might be producing. These are the partners in the project. And essentially, I mean, I'm sure we're all familiar now with what mycelium is, but essentially it is the vegetative part of the fungus. It starts to colonize a lignocellulosic substrate, essentially dead timber matter, dead organic matter, and produces this amazing network that envelops and starts to essentially degrade what it's colonizing, binding it at the same time that it is essentially consuming it. So that starts to set up a very interesting set of kind of poetics about the making of materials. And you see here, we start with a pre-inoculation before we start to give shape to these materials, and the degree of conformity is really quite interesting. And one of the really interesting aspects of these materials is the fact that we can grow these on waste streams. So we're not dealing with extractive processes, and this is why MBCs or mycelium-based composites are being seen really as a very positive contributor towards a circular economy. Now, our project partners, Mogu, in their business model, essentially they talk about these materials as being a replacement for other and more environmentally damaging materials. But I think there's an opportunity here, certainly from an architectural perspective, to say, if we have a new material, what is the new kind of architecture that it might engender, rather than simply trying to fit it back into existing models, which we know are problematic. So this really starts to show where our research is looking at, and this is work that's been led by Adrian Rigobello, who's in the audience here. looking essentially at ways in which we can start to tune the materials, either through supplementation, densification strategies, or through composition. So this is about leveraging an idea of composites as a way of being able to create heterogeneous designs. So Adrian developed a very broad experimental plan here, looking at different reinforcement and armoring strategies. And this starts to we start to see really quite significantly different material properties occurring from essentially very, very frugal methods of material production that are only very, very subtly differentiated. Through then another experimental series that Adrian led, starting to show that we can actually start to push the performance of these materials beyond the state of the art, but still currently well below the levels needed for primary structure. And in the exhibition just behind me, in the other space, you'll see some explorations here working with panels that have essentially been grown on waste residues gathered from within 1 kilometer radius of the site here, starting to exhibit a whole range of diverse qualities, both visual but also mechanical. Now, in the Fungal Architectures project, we started to link this together with the weaving that I showed previously. This is as a way of essentially holding substrates in particular configurations while they're binding. But this starts to become a very interesting construction concept, I think, that starts to talk about new possibilities of engagement. I'm going to skip over these. Well, so we see here that the beginnings of starting to think about how we can integrate the weaving, and the weaving starts to take on a kind of role of performing primary structure, but also providing surfaces and scaffolds for being able to grow the mycelium upon. So let's try and jump to here. So this starts to set up a kind of notional idea about a construction system. And this starts to suggest the kinds of architecture that might derive from this. And our effort here is really to start thinking about an architecture that is poised between ideas of building and landscape. And it's also poised between the idea of things growing anew, but things deteriorating. It has qualities that are archaeological, as well as qualities that are about the fresh and the new. And it also generates spaces that aren't necessarily entirely for human inhabitation. They start to invite other kinds of occupancy. And so in our work, we've also been trying to show, through demonstrations, essentially using the speculative architecture as a way of hypothesizing certain aspects of how this would be constructed. And this starts to take us through towards some of the kind of larger scale prototypes that we've been producing here. So our work with fermentation and mycelium-based composites is also now taking another step within the world of the Fungateria project. And the Fungateria project assembles 5 other academic partners with the aim of investigating mycelium-based materials within an engineered living materials context. So what are engineered living materials? Well, this diagram, taken from one of the lead researchers in this field, Peter Nguyen. Essentially, the aim here is to start thinking about how it is that interventions down at the scale of the cell can start to benefit from the hierarchical structures that biology develops as it's growing, and to try and tune these towards design ends. So in this project, we're looking at a co-cultivation between fungi and bacteria. And the aim here, I think we're missing, there we go. The aim here is essentially to start working with this consortium in a way where the bacteria start to affect particular aspects of the growth. using it as a control vector, so we can start to control the different rate of growth. We might be able to control things like the branching of the fungi, which will start to have implications essentially on mechanical performance at higher scales. But we can also start to look at the bacteria actually having particular kinds of property and functionality in the use case scenario, because the idea about ELMs is they remain biologically active once they're in a use case scenario. So there are a whole series of work packages to this project, which are looking at the constituents, production methods, aspects to do with the life cycle in terms of the sensing of the material and how it might actually be responding and computing, the lifespan of the material, how it is that we engage in this, not just from a kind of engineering modeling perspective, but actually from an architectural modeling perspective, and also addressing and speculating about ELM futures, because essentially we're dealing in a territory here of materials that start to really pose quite substantial ethical, legal, and social questions. And in which the regulatory frameworks don't really yet exist. So actually just in the building next door, we're starting to work with pure mycelium cultivation here. This is work being led by Claudia Colmo, who's a PhD on the project. But we're also working towards developing robust and principled methods of modeling these materials. And this starts to take modeling practice into kind of really interesting realms from an architectural perspective, because rather than thinking essentially about objects, we have to be thinking about systems over time. And this is work that's being led by Wilhelm Karlström, together with input from Adrian and his extensive knowledge on fungal metabolism. So we're looking towards an application here. So the idea that we're leveraging essentially living organisms means that we can start to think about new kinds of not only perhaps architectural program, but also thinking about how architecture might actually be able to deliver ecological services. The idea here from Claudia's thesis masterwork, which is that we can be using fungi as a way of essentially doing a very low intervention bioremediation for polluted sites, which is a global problem. So just to give some perspectives then, because I think talking about engineered living materials, starting to engage in perhaps the living aspects of biology, rather than just thinking about it as a resource and as a material, really starts to pose some quite fundamental challenges to the way in which contemporary practice is currently exercised. And the reason I have this slide here is that I think this really captures a certain framing that as contemporary architects we tend to consider our involvement in buildings, or how we consider buildings. Because this says fertig, it says finished, at the point where construction has ended, but before occupation has begun. And I think the moment we start to talk about integrating living systems as part of our architecture, we can't possibly start thinking anymore about the idea of design targets being finished. We need to be thinking about them essentially in long-term continuous construction modes. And that starts to set up challenges in how it is that we start to represent things. And of course, as we know, the tools of representation actually reflect certain understandings that we have about the targets that we're representing. From a computational perspective, the community that I've been a part of for the last 20 years, I think is very much focused towards the idea of using computation essentially as a way of creating a complete determination in advance, borrowing terminology here from Robin Evans. Where essentially the bill of materials gets you to account down to the last screw, nut, and bolt. But there are other ways in which we can be thinking about computation that start to leverage its real capabilities, but also helping us to represent properties of living systems. But this can also be done in drawing, and this is one of my really favorite drawings by Harold Fisk, where he's talking about mapping the Mississippi over time. And I think, as a model for architecture, this becomes very interesting because in a contemporary context, we tend to think about architecture essentially as a fixed image. But here we see that the Mississippi can actually be changing its orientation, changing its the flow of matter and energy through it, and yet still be regarded as the Mississippi. And more contemporary versions of this really start to move into kind of models of phase space, where essentially we're talking about the possibility of a range of possible behaviors that our systems might be engaging in, and understanding how it is that they progress from one state to the next. I think these start to point towards new kinds of modeling that are required to engage with these new properties of these materials. But it also begins to allow us to rethink certain kinds of both motif, but also certain kinds of practice. So I would argue that John Soane had a very, very relevant mode of practice. When he was designing the Bank of England, he collaborated with Joseph Michael Gandy, and he would employ Joseph Michael Gandy to render his unbuilt projects as ruins. I mean, what does that start to tell us about a kind of world of thinking about the architectural object, where it begins to move beyond the idea of a fixed entity, but starts to accommodate the idea of changing states over time, and the idea of essentially the hand of the architect being productively corrupted by the environment in which the entity is existing. And I think that starts to have some really interesting relations then to the kinds of mechanics and properties that we're dealing with as we're working, particularly with fermentation, which starts to engage in a kind of very interesting poetics of ruin. So I think I've reached the end of the slide deck there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Phil, for this lecture. I would actually propose to go to the roundtable maybe and answer some questions in between the roundtable, because we are a bit out of short on time, if that's fine. So I'll just introduce a short discussion we are going to have in the next an hour or so. So the roundtable is titled Resourceful City, Insights and Action, and it's going to be moderated by Kristoffer Weiss. And I would like to invite to the podium Keller Easterling, Ayres, Matevž, Čelik, Jutta, Kastner, to come and to discuss the topics of today's conference, which is a very vast topic, and we'll hope to get some answers from this discussion. Please. The microphones are here. There is some water. Sorry, Keller.
Okay, thank you very much.
Nice to meet you.
You know, for the next 50 minutes, we will have a talk here, as you just said. Thank you for inviting us. And if you have questions, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll make sure to bring you into the discussion. So this is an opportunity to have a dialogue. And I sometimes think when we talk about these crises, that it's being like at a public AA meeting. You know, we're all addicted to a certain system, but we're also addicted to the idea of the crisis. So we have this culture of crisis, and we bring a lot of different perspectives to the table here. as we've just heard, I don't know if any of you have heard all three lectures today, you'll see that they point in very different directions, yet there are certain topics I think you have in common. And I look forward to discussing that with you. But before we do that, I would like to invite Jutta Kastner, who is a policy officer of Creative Europe, the EU, to talk a little bit about what kind of support the EU, or what kind of activities you support or you offer within architecture to sort of address this environmental crisis. So I would like to give you the word and for a few minutes here, talk a little bit about your work and introduce your ideas to the audience here.
How many minutes do I have?
3 minutes.
Well, yeah, I mean, first of all, thank you very much for having me here. And actually, it was very exciting for me to participate in these 2 days of conference. Like somebody said before, it's amazing what an enthusiasm and what a happy atmosphere is here in the room. And this is really true. I can feel that, I can share that, and it reassures me because now I come to your question. What we do at European level, actually our task is in particular to connect the member states and to work for what we call a shared culture on high quality architecture for everyone. And here the focus is for everyone. So when we think about the climate crisis and all the effects it has, we still have a responsibility as member states to take care of the users of urban cities, of urban places, but also regional places and the spaces in between. So yeah, this is what we do. We develop in cooperation with the member states architecture policies, which are very much under the culture policy with everything that comes with it, meaning that the final word is with the member state. So our role is kind of bringing together stakeholders, exchanging good practices and making them known, and also convincing maybe other member states that are less advanced in these processes to learn from each other, for example, from examples like Denmark and other countries. So yeah, this is policy work, and this policy work, that's in a nutshell, is supported by EU funding. And I hear, for example, you are one of the beneficiaries, and there are different funding programs. I'm here representing the Creative Europe program, where architecture policy is enshrined and embedded. But of course, we have funding programs like Horizon, which is very much focused on innovation, research, and your project is a good example of that. And of course, we have also, and that might be interesting for all of you, and Mateja is going to share the presentation or the few slides I had prepared. Also mobility for artists. This is a rather young action. It's a bit similar than Erasmus, and it would enable you to share good practices and have insights in, for some residencies or in architecture offices around Europe. So please take up these opportunities. They will be shared by you, and I stop there, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to reply to them.
Thank you very much. So I don't know if you have any questions now, but you can also come back to that later. Matevž, I would like to bring you in here because and talk a little bit about LINA. And of course, your work include a conference like this. But what else do you do as an organization to tackle or to debate this this crisis or that we had to talk about?
Let me say first how happy and how we find it important that European Commission through Creative Europe program offers support for things like this, so that we can meet, that we can exchange, that we can discuss, and that we can test things that we do together in a different way. I think that's very important. LINA is doing 3 different things. It's creating a network, because I think we live in a time where changes are coming in a very dynamic way. We cannot just learn from books and from what we are taught at the university, but one of the most important resources to learn today is to learn from each other, to learn from experience that each of us has, the practical experiences that everyone has. And that's particularly important for the member organizations, for institutions, where we also want to make an exchange between the different profiles of the institutions. So we designed LINA platform in a way that it includes, let's say, the whole circle of how architecture is thought and then produced and then disseminated into the wider public, and how the feedback from this public should then affect also us and the way we teach and produce and do architecture. So it should be architecture with people and not for the people only, as Nick mentioned in his the State of the Architecture address as well. And of course, the most important thing that the platform does is bring up and give the stage to emerging practices, not only in architecture, but let's say in every field that is related to some kind of spatial production and that could affect the future practices of let's say city making, spatial development, and I think it's very important and it's very valuable that we can invite emerging talents, because people right at the beginning of their career, and I remember also myself, it's a moment when you think about what will you do, and you're very critical also towards what is happening at that time. And just harvesting these ideas at this moment and being able to listen to what young people that are just after graduation think and how they think their profession and their career should develop, that's very valuable for the future of the profession and also for the institutions and for the whole field of architecture.
How do you put that into practice in your institutional context, these kinds of ideas and input? How do you think they'll influence your practice, sort of in a very concrete way?
It depends on each of the institution itself. So the universities are here to learn how their curricula or the way of teaching architecture in the future might change. Festivals and biennials are here to understand what are the things that they might disseminate among the wider public, and what are the new ideas that they need to share with them, and vice versa. On the other hand, then from the visitors, we receive feedback and learn new things about how we should shape our program.
Okay, thank you very much. From an EU perspective, I don't know if you've been here both days listening to the... Are there any new ideas or perspectives that you think you will bring into your programs now or going forward? How do you bring all these inputs into your framework of your support system?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, how we consider our work is like we have a frame. I mean, I don't like much the word, but it's maybe reflects best. It's a top-down approach. I mean, the EU works on regulations. As I said here, I mean, there is a picture. Unfortunately, you cannot see it. We have what we called open method of coordination group on high-quality architecture. So we gathered. In 2020, we gathered experts from all member states and Norway and Switzerland, sitting together and working on a shared culture of architecture. And they came out with recommendations, and I can really only advise all of you, if you haven't done so, take good note of this report. It's very, very interesting. It's also shares good practices all over the member states. And this group of experts, which is now also very much connected to the new European Bauhaus initiative, they came out with recommendations, and it starts from early education in the field of architecture. I mean, sensitivity, like you say, what can architects do? I mean, it's considered not only responsible for the space they design, but also they have a responsibility to shaping also the environment. And being, I mean, one of the projects that also got the EU Prize for Young Talent said it very clearly, I have to be at the service of the citizen. So all this is gathered there in this report, and but the expert also came out with a recommendation. We need to take the decision makers on board. And it's considered that, I mean, those who are launching competitions, those are responsible for the urban development and urban design of and shaping also the spaces yeah, I mean you know it very well. You have also mentioned it several times. So what we have already started is a peer learning activity for regional and for local and regional decision makers and authorities, where we exactly want to gather all these good practices and bring together architects, NGOs, organizations. LINA will have a place there, definitely, and bring together, like, have a hub of good practices, experience sharing, and feeding back into policy making. And they will start in 2024. And yeah, this is, and then we have also the EU Prize for Contemporary Architecture. I mentioned it shortly, and 3 or 4 of the winners of the Young Talent Award are with us here, and where we also disseminate and communicate around good practice, what Europe considers good practices of architecture that we want to share and bring forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Phil, we talked before your lecture, we talked a little bit about your thoughts on Keller's very rich talk, and you saw some very interesting topics that you're also involved in. Could I ask you to reflect, before giving the word to Keller, reflect a little on what you heard, some of the things that might inspire your work?
Sure. I mean, I think just the idea that Keller's talking about, you know, monocultures of architectural production, I think is immediately inviting the kind of connection with our work, where we're trying to think outside of those particular models. And the way in which we're doing it, you know, through being a beneficiary of EU funding, is actually to look at completely new cross-disciplinary alliances. So in our projects, you can see that, you know, we're not collaborating with architectural engineers or with the kind of partners that you would normally associate with architecture, but we're looking to partner with people from synthetic biology, microbiology, computational science, ethics, and technology studies. As a way, and what's interesting is that they're very interested in exploring questions of architecture and the city. You know, they see that there is an issue. I think there's a general sense that we haven't really been able to renovate our methods of construction for over 100 years. The building industry is recognized as perhaps the least innovative industry of all. And I think we're seeing people that aren't normally associated with the built environment, seeing it as a space where they can contribute. And this is why these kinds of projects are really vital, because firstly, it gives us an opportunity, and I mean, to try and think outside of those models is already very difficult. But it's really sustained by actually having these people come from disciplines from outside of the built environment. And I think this is a real critical aspect, not in terms of being able to produce, you know, silver bullet solutions, but at least in terms of diversifying the conversation.
I know you quite often get this question, and that you're maybe skeptical of it, but I have to ask you anyway. the question of scale, of course, that can this research that you're doing, can it be sort of reproduced at an industrial scale to sort of really help these solutions? What's your thoughts on that?
So, I mean, this is the question that is perennial at any event, which is always looking at these kinds of technologies, particularly with trying to incorporate living complexes, looking at new biological materials. How do you scale it up? And I think that question normally embeds two things. One is, how do you actually get it to be towards architectural scale? And then the other one is, and how does it start to fit into a kind of industrialized paradigm to be able to kind of roll this out? And I would say I'm a bit critical about that kind of notion of scaling up. And that's also why pointing towards essentially pre-industrial technologies as a foundation for our work starts to talk about other ways in which we might engage the notion of scaling. And this really comes from the social sciences, where I think they've got, I mean, it's funny, as architects, we seem to have a diminished dimension of understanding of what scaling is. Learning from social sciences, where they've got a much more enriched set of dimensions, because they talk about scaling out and they talk about scaling deep. And those modes of scaling are not to do with industrial frameworks, they're actually to do with social frameworks. And this is where I think the wanting to work with these kind of low barrier to entry technologies offers an opportunity for scaling in ways that are much more empowering and that also allow for essentially local resources, local knowledges to actually engage with them. So my preference is to think about scaling out and scaling deep towards this being an avenue towards real social change.
So it seems like you're sort of battling a very fixed imaginary, that opening up through your research into new sort of vistas on how the building industry or the built environment will develop is really one of the largest barriers. Keller, I noticed during your talk you launched the concept of reconception of form giving, or designing a new protocol. To be concrete, is what we heard from Phil, is it something along those lines? Would that be one way of putting that idea into practice? Oh, I think you need the microphone.
Yes, I mean, yes, certainly one way. But I guess part of what I was trying to offer is that, and maybe this can follow along your trouble with the word scalability, is that kind of scalability assumes a modular world, a universal particle, that we will all, it's the monoculture again. When what you see here in this room with all these projects is a much lumpier world where there's inconsistency, and that's the strength. It's non-modular. There is no kind of one approach, but the idea that you want to be effective, so you want to target really violent things, and you want to try to maybe piggyback on them in ways that dismantle and destroy them, but there's no singular solution. There's no singular modular unit. There's a messier, potentially a messier way of overwhelming what's abusive with just the multiplication of efforts of all sorts. Of all sorts.
Sorry you didn't hear that because Keller didn't. No, sorry.
It's the mix.
It's a mix. Yeah. So is that also? So that sounds both like as a systemic analysis, a portrait of a certain kind of crisis and how it might play out. But is it also? I'm sorry if I dumb it down, but is it also aesthetically? messy, right? Because we're not depending on one system, one module, one monoculture. It represents all kinds of inputs and ways of working with this new system that's destabilized.
Right, right, and that form might be, the design imagination can register in many different ways, and many different ways outside of the cul-de-sac of the profession. And that's what's such a shame, is that, in this room, the astonishing correlative thinkers, trained mostly in schools of architecture, but trained to be part of a profession that limits their ability to use that correlative thinking. So that LINA exists as a lumpy body with different kinds of institutions that's part of it, so that it's step out of the outside of education to begin making those coalitions that are necessary to survive, not only for our design student to survive, but to create new forms of survival through shared intelligence that we've seen in the last 2 days.
Camilla, you have a huge responsibility, obviously, with what you do and how you speak of the city. And so Copenhagen is both a historic success and a huge failure at the same time, some might say. That on one hand, the city was transformed from almost going bankrupt, people moving out, etc., to what very manicured, what we see today, very sort of perfect, smooth city. But it sort of also is sort of embedding, or is also the image of the kind of crisis we have with overconsumption and how we deal with biodiversity and do not deal with biodiversity, etc., etc. I saw one of the examples you showed here today. I think it was a project on Toravej by Pilman Architects. And then this particular, I don't know if you know this studio or if you, they have a very, and I mean that in a positive sense, very dogmatic approach to architecture, which is really cut and paste. So they keep all the resources on the ground, and they sort of move them around. See the existing buildings as resources that you need to keep. Could you talk a little bit more about that project and what that project might mean to some of the things we just heard, like the regulatory framework, your ability to bring in these new materials, these new processes, this more sort of messier approach to what a city is, coming from, Copenhagen being almost life in the bubble, like a Truman Show, right? It's almost so perfect, it's fake, right?
So the project you're alluring to is a 1950, I think 51 building, which used to be a dairy building for a dairy company. And which is now being transformed into an art hub for an NGO that works with young artists and with homeless people. And the architect, Søren Pilman, has been using all of the existing materials on site. So the radiators are turned into bulletin boards, the concrete slabs are being sort of cut and become new stairs. All of the existing floors are being polished, so they look like a terrazzo, but they're actually just, old waste concrete floors. And one of the things I find so interesting is that the windows, which were renovated in the 80s, which are ugly plastic windows, are staying in the building. And that is, to me, such a paradigm shift, because 10 years ago, if any architects had looked at such a building, we would collectively have ripped those ugly windows out and replaced them with, beautiful, thin, yellow windows that kind of looked a little bit 50s in their design. But this pragmatism in terms of saying the building is still, the windows are still functional, they still have about 20 years of lifespan in them, is a new pragmatism and sort of a collage effect of different time spans in the city. And as a building authority, working with time spans and building permits across that, I'm thinking of your Mississippi map, that the city is in some way like that dynamic understanding that there are so many layers of time and building materials and lifespan all in one building that we cannot kind of have the finished and the perfect project that we would have built 10 years ago. So as a building authority, permit authority, how do we work with that? And we are using programs like the Circuit program, which is also a EU-funded program, to look at legislation on a EU level, a national level, and a municipal level to see how do we work with that. How do we provide both incentives in the regulation, and what are the barriers that we need to overcome in terms of making that possible? And so, I've been looking to cities like Brussels that start to give out building authority permits that are just like a box that say within this box you need the adequate number of windows. They must be recycled, but the adequate number of windows that provide sufficient daylight. And as a building authority, that is so scary because you're giving away the control of what that building will look like. But as it's developing, its architecture and developing over time and adapting and changing, that facade is going to change many times, right? And letting loose of that control, I think, is actually one of our biggest challenges as an authority. But it's probably necessary in this process where we're now.
And you are experimenting with that, or are you implementing more radical deregulatory practices, or how to say it? Sorry, to be a bit...
We're trying things, we're experimenting in this area, Jernbanebyen, this old railway area of the city. I showed the 98 buildings that are being kept. We have a very sort of targeted local area plan. It's not adopted yet, so let's see. But the intention is to say, we've analyzed the intent. We're going to, look at the materials that are appropriate. But whenever a bio-based material is wanted, that trumps any of the other design decisions we've made. And that's actually a really, really active way of trying to enforce bio-based materials. And we have some legislative challenges in Denmark. So we cannot say bio-based, we have to write the whole list of everything, mycelium, straw, grass, hemp, tree, wood, whatever. And that vocabulary needs to be developed, but we're trying to experiment with that in that neighborhood and say, how can we push the framework and push national planning laws also that might require some lawsuits, actually, because that's how the judicial system works, that sometimes you have to challenge it, have a lawsuit and have a result from a lawsuit before that becomes the paradigm within the planning legislation, unfortunately.
So if you see the city as the existing city as a sort of a resource bank, so you see you have a lot of materials already in use, and you often hear we should stop building, meaning that we shouldn't add new material to the city. We should reorganize what's already there. What do you think when you hear that, claim that that's a good idea? Do you think people are saying, well, we need a revolution, but as someone who is regulating, you can't regulate a revolution, can you?
Well, we can incentivize it, of course. I mean, we can stop opening new areas for planning permits until we've kind of repurposed the areas that we already have. But when we look at the city of Copenhagen, and if we expect the population increase to be at the same rate, which we do, even after COVID, as before, looking at that, the existing building structure, even if we imagine all the empty office buildings being repurposed, will only cover about 20% of our housing stock needs in the future. So we're going to have to build something. And there are special functions, you know, a hospital, a school, that cannot necessarily be adapted within a given structure. I mean, this is a beautiful building built by my great-great-grandfather, who's also an architect. Oh yeah, so I always have like, and this was a smithy, you know, and today it's an architecture school. So, you know, the inherent quality of a building like this is so sustainable because it has that transformative power. So I think it's understanding like everything we do should have that quality, but in some ways I think it's also naive to say that we have to stop building. So I'm so happy to see research like yours, which, you know, shows a way forward of saying we are going to be building, but we need to do that responsibly and use as few or as renewable resources as possible.
Phil, are you integrating your research in the existing city? Are you planning on doing projects where you try to tap into sort of the power spaghetti of the existing regulatory framework?
Well, I mean, the most direct way in which that the work connects is with relationships that Adrian has kind of built up with industries around here that make use of, essentially, we're making use of the waste streams to be able to develop these new materials. So that starts to kind of talk about trying to find new resources, trying to work. I mean, of course, we say locally. We don't know necessarily where those waste, where those materials are coming in. You know, they may not be coming in from particularly local areas, but at least this is a beginning to start talking about a kind of widened awareness and responsibility about where it is that we're sourcing and thinking as locally as possible, and eventually trying to move towards that being really about a locality. And I mean, you know, I think there's a whole range of reasons why that should be the case. You know, there's particular kinds of environmental risks associated with the kinds of things that we're working with fungi. We need to be sure that we're not falling into another kind of monoculture, not just a kind of concrete monoculture, but a monoculture that might be of a particular strain with a particular substrate to achieve very particular kinds of performance targets, because then we're going to fall into the same kind of problems again. Even though these materials might be biodegradable, if everyone's working with the same set of elements, you're going to end up with another kind of monoculture. So it becomes really important that we can think about, you know, diversifying. And the great thing about working with biology is it gives you a huge amount of diversity to work with. But there are the risks involved. So you've got to ensure that your biology isn't pathogenic, it's not producing toxins, it isn't going to be an invasive species. And this is why it's absolutely essential that we're working with these cross-disciplinary partners, because for us to kind of come in as architects thinking that we can engage in this world on our own would be really problematic.
Is that when you Keller mentioned the white enlightened mind, and you talk about urban operating system, is this what you warn us against? That we come up with new ideas that sort of overpower and override the existing order, but it just replaces this with another abusive approach to our surroundings.
Right, yeah, the sort of, I mean, and we, you know, we're trained to think this way, and we're brought up to have the right answer. No one is congratulating you when things get curdled and lumpy. No, they congratulate you when it's Turing complete, you know, when it's homogenized and pasteurized and so on. But it's the moment of mixture and lumpiness that is the moment of innovation, I would like to suggest. That, and that comes in many, many forms. You know, it comes with things that have shape and outline, like the kind of form that Phil was working on. It comes in an urban scale. It comes in the form of protocols that have geometry somewhere in them, but aren't first looking at shape and outline. It comes with forms that have long durations, that are adaptable, that are indeterminate in order to be practical. I can't tell you how many times that's an editor has changed that to say determinate in order to be practical, but that's it is indeterminate in order to be practical.
Do you know of any urban scale experiments? Because Christiania, just around the corner, has its own lumpiness, I would say. It's an exception to the rule, obviously, in Copenhagen, where everything is very regulated. But there is this small experiment. This is both a social experiment. It's an experiment in architecture. It's an experiment in the informal, in the impractical. They insist on that. I don't know if you know that, if you've studied it, or if you know of other examples where this sort of, excuse me, but lumpiness is being realized as a real way of living together.
Well, I tried to point out a few things that are like different ways of holding land, different ways of creating sort of community protocols, different ways of rewiring transportation, and on and on. You know, at many different levels, applying a different habit of mind to registering what we make as form. But I'll also say, you know, that in addition to doing nice things, I think it's really, maybe it's just because I come from the United States, which is where our main resource is violence and stupidity. So maybe that's, you know, what's on my mind. But I feel like also the kinds of form we need to do involve really holding your nose and going into the ugly bits. And going after the really violent forces that have tons of power.
I sometimes think that architecture is the one artistic discipline that hasn't really ever had a punk period. You saw it in music, you saw it in literature, you saw it in theater, you saw it in film and all these other, but in architecture you've never really had a proper punk moment where everything is sort of torn apart by that sort of vital energy. You know, I just think that's a little bit interesting somehow when you talk about this the way you do. Hearing some of these reflections, this idea of the resourceful city, and also looking a little bit at you, Matevž, here. What was when I don't know who came up with that title for the conference, Alliance of Resourceful City. What were you thinking when you said resources? Does it mean material resources, human resources, social networks? What does it mean to have a resourceful city in this context?
It's more that, no, it was more meant that we are living in very unpredictable times. And I can give an example that we experienced recently in Slovenia, and these were the floods. It was a cloudburst that was predicted by meteorologists. There was a big press conference a day before with civil protection, and everybody needs to get ready. But still, a day after, waters and rivers flushed away villages and houses and roads and bridges, and so it was a big national disaster, which, even though we knew about it was coming, we were not prepared for it. And I think there are many cases that await us in the future like this, and we have to get ready, and we have to think about how to be more resilient and how to reinvent itself. And that's also why these ideas that are being submitted to the LINA platform are very important, because many address issues that are like this.
Some say that the architecture... Oh, is there a question here? No. Oh, that's all right. Well, touching your hair, here's the microphone. No, that the architecture profession is somehow victimized. That it's a strange profession because on one hand it's megalomaniac. Yeah. You talk about solving all kinds of problems through architecture, which is I'm very sympathetic to that idea. On the other hand, architecture has less and less influence. I don't know who said 1% of what is being built is involving architecture. So it's a niche product somehow. At least a lot of what the architecture we usually talk about, especially here at the academies. So that's sort of a fundamental, both being a sort of a megalomaniac and a victim at the same time. That's a strange thing to be. But do you have within the regulatory framework a way of, I saw this new European Bauhaus, that's what I'm thinking about, a way of making architecture potent again, or is that counter to what created the, or is that part of what created the problem? This idea that architecture again should be planning its way out of the crisis. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah. I understand where you're getting to, because it's not the first time I hear such a remark. I say from the culture and creative sector, because what we forget sometimes that the architecture is part of the culture and creative sectors and industry in Europe. So we had an event the other day where we presented how we want to have green aspects, so environmentally sustainable approaches being mainstreamed in the culture and creative sector. And there is a Voices of Culture, so it's an initiative to in consultancy with the civil society, and also there, I mean, I'm talking about our achievements report has been published, and it's also a source of information because it includes the architecture sector as well. So when we had this event, there was also one gentleman. He got up and he said, "But why the culture and creative sector? Why us? I mean, we are just coming out of COVID crisis, and now you want us to work on greening and sustainability aspects, etc." And we said, you underestimate. First of all, we cannot live without you. You have a fundamental role as well in raising awareness, and I think the architects and architecture and everything that comes with it is also part of that, a huge responsibility. And also, I mean, we are all, I mean, especially us, EU, we are working with EU taxpayers' money, and every citizen has the right that we take care of the environment. So in all aspects, is it policy, it is decision making, is it competitions, how they are attributed. I think we are all in one boat. It's not either them and us or someone else. I think we are all in this. This is at least the view we have at European level. I don't know if does this reply to your question?
Well, yes, to some degree. Were you raising your hand? No, why I see all these ghosts raising your hands? Maybe it's a strong wish I have for questions out there. So
Yes,
I see it.
yes.
Okay, so architecture was sort of almost like the vessel of modernization, right? The modern breakthrough with the industrialization of the built environment, really just overriding the vernacular knowledge of all sorts of cultures, including indigenous cultures. And we heard that this sensibility towards the vernacular or the very local is hard to handle within a regulatory framework. So moving forward, how do you regulate for this specific? I mean, I'm sorry to talk so much about regulation, but it's because it's so important. Like with the city of Copenhagen, the regulatory framework is still, alas, to some degree, what we have and work within. So how do you induce this plasticity into it, so you really can foster all these new ideas and not sort of kill them or regulate them or make them very consensus-based? How do you think, as a regulator, as a policy officer, of that dilemma? And I also ask you, Camilla, a little bit here, going forward. Yeah.
Do you want to go first?
Well, I think one of the things we're doing is to say that there will always be these, really high, ambitious flagship projects and innovators. And they are part of moving the rest of the industry, right? But our ambition is to kind of lift the general bottom. And so, making legislation that is just ambitious enough that it's driving movement all the time, like the Danish regulations for the LCA and the CO2 levels, they could be more ambitious, but they're kind of, on this stepstone ladder. And that's a very clear way of driving innovation and getting everyone on board, because the 1% of architecture is not what's going to save the world. It's the 99%. And that's really what we need to lift. And the legislation has to find that sweet spot where we're kind of pushing that along and driving.
There's a sense,
there
of course.
Was a question now.
There's
oh
an
my
actual,
God.
not a ghost, but an actual person. Okay, but we need a microphone to travel there.
Oh, yes. No, it's actually directly connected to what you're saying right now, and I was that's a thing that has been going through my mind through this couple of days. Is about how we are talking about architecture in very highbrow and very high-flying, futuristic and idealistic way. And we haven't kind of heard so much about partnerships with the people that is actually driving and pushing for development in cities, which are the investors and the developers and the big architecture, can we call it, which is very focused, especially in industrialized processes and speed. And so it's kind of like a question for everyone. How do we manage to control these powers? Because I feel architects, we are just trying to get by, and they are the ones that are actually pushing forward, and the government are the ones that are pumping the brakes, and we are in the middle. And so I'd like to hear your thoughts about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, please.
Yeah, I mean, also there I can share some good news, new news, good news. I mean, you are. I hope it replies to your question. You know, we at European level, we have also launched, I mean, back in 2018, when exactly first research was about the environmental crisis and the consequences, culture ministers sat together in Davos, and they agreed on the Davos criteria. I mean, I think you are all familiar with them, so I don't have to repeat them here. 5 years later, because exactly taking up your concerns also, it was felt now we start having an impact on policy level and on implementation level, but we need to more have the private sector on board, exactly like real estate developers, material providers, etc. And then again this year, they came together in January, again in Davos, and they signed or initiated the Davos Alliance. And everybody who is part or partner of this alliance adheres to these criteria. So, for example, one player who is immediately, I don't know, you might even be more because you are, I think, also one of the founding members, right? Is Holcim. I mean, you are all aware, and they say we want to be part of it because this is also beneficial for us to be one of the key players in this field. So probably you want to add, or yeah, I don't know. Yes.
It was interesting in this discussion between the governments and the private players that actually the private players were saying, just give us the rules that we need to follow. And I think to create those rules and regulation really is an issue, how to do it. The answer how to do it is not really easy. Now we are fastly creating a legislation to respond to the natural disaster I mentioned before. And when you are faced with something on field, a disaster, then it's easy to see what needs to be done. But on a long term, how to change the system, how to make some things become more systemic, it's more difficult. But I guess we will have to learn from disasters as well, from the difficult moments that we are experienced, the way as also Camilla mentioned, how a cloud burst in Copenhagen caused a disaster, and now you are already acting and planning in this sense to avoid future moments like this. Yes.
Thank you very much. That was the last remark. We're out of time, unfortunately, but give a big hand to the panel here. Thank you very much for coming. Do you want to say something? Excellent. Thank you.
I'll give now the words to you and to Matevž. Yes, yes, but I can do as well. I can introduce. My mic is working or not? Isto казал, final conclusions. Очень бom yes. Не дайте вид. Yes, бирайши.
Is this one? No. Okay. Yeah, but so we came to an end. Thanks everyone. Thanks to the panelists for this interesting discussion and for wrapping up the whole thing. I hope you can find and rethink and connect the ideas and projects that everyone presented tomorrow with the thinkers that we heard today, and definitely with the reflections that we heard from Nick. And now at the end, I would like to thank again to Josephine and the Copenhagen Architecture Festival to accept this challenge and host us here. And thank you for a wonderful organization. Also to your team, to Pauline, to Ida, also to the technical team that helped us here. Thanks to the Royal Danish Academy for hosting us in their premises. Thanks again for the Slovenian Embassy for their support and help and hosting a tour today with the boat. To the University of Ljubljana that hosts LINA platform. And again, thanks to the European Commission for creating this support through Creative Europe program that we can run the program of the platform. And of course, thanks to all organizations and individuals, you made the conference the way it was today. Also, thank you to the additional members and organizations who joined us here through architecture display during the conference. We are really looking forward to the program of this year with the 33 LINA members. And I would particularly like to thank the team of LINA from Ljubljana, to Mateja, to Hanna, to Maya, and to Nusha. Thank you. So we were happy to be here, and we are looking forward to see you in different venues around Europe.
Thank you. Yes, I was also just asked to come up here and wrap up, and I also want to thank all of you for coming, and Lina for asking us to host it this year. And I was sitting in the canteen having lunch with some of the fellows, and they asked, so what now? So I just want to say, what now? I mean, there's not an answer to that, but I want to say it's not finished. Even we're not walking out of here with a contract or anything. This is an ongoing conversation. It just started these days. Maybe in a month you will hear from a member, or maybe in a month a member will hear from a fellow. So please, also fellows, it's up to you to just reach out if you can see yourself in the context of a members program. We would really love to hear from you. We all also busy with a lot of other things, and we might not respond right away, and I know that goes for all the fellows as well, and so on. So I just want to say this is really an opportunity to continue the conversation. I know I'm still processing, I'm still reflecting on how to move on with all this knowledge that we have been, and all these ideas that we have been presented yesterday. So Just so you know, don't be too stressed about things. I think that was my most important message for today.
Thank you, Josefine, for bringing this out. And I know some of you are still staying here, so use our WhatsApp channels to meet and continue discussions.
Can I, and actually just to continue that, so if you're staying at 6 o'clock, there's already going to be, I mean, not already, but it's not actually a LINA program, but we asked two of the LINA fellows, Superposition and the Grafted City, to come and speak a bit further on their ideas and their practices and so on at the what is it called, Living Places that Camilla van Deurs was also presenting to you, which is based in the Jernbanebyen, the railway city. And there's also going to be a few drinks and food and so on. It's at 6 o'clock. I put it in the WhatsApp group. And those of you who are not in the WhatsApp group, you're all invited, of course. I mean, we really hope you would like to join us. So that's at 6 o'clock. Well, thank you again for the words.
Okay, and just to close, the next annual conference happens in 2024 in Sarajevo with Daniel. Thank you.